Chapter 1, Mile Marker 19. The highway evaporated behind them until it was only a line of dark water in the rear view, the kind that swallows taillights whole. The Subaru creaked like a ship, loaded to its roof with overnight bags and grocery store optimism. Cheap whiskey, cheaper mixers, a carton of eggs rolling somewhere under a stack of bread, a mesh sack of limes, an emergency cake Mix Brooke insisted was for content. The GPS blinked its blue arrow heart toward a pin labeled Foxglass Lake Cabin. Every few seconds, the wind turbine on the far ridge revealed itself through the pines, a single pale arm glinting, then gone again, as if the hill itself were breathing. "Okay," Riley said, lifting her little mirrorless camera in the low gold of sunset. "Give me arrivals. Give me joy. Give me absolutely unhinged reunion energy." Tessa leaned forward between the front seats in oversized sunglasses, even though dusk was already sharpening to steel. On this episode of Bad Choices with Friends, we are not going to die, but we're going to flirt with dehydration. Marco, beside her, made a drumline on his knees. And later we're going to debut my new single, Lyme Disease. It's about margaritas and regrets. "Pass," said Cass, without looking up from the printed map on her lap. She trusted real paper the way surgeons trust stitching by hand. Regrets aren't hygienic. "That's ironic," Brooke said, angling her phone to catch herself and the smear of violet sky. "Because regret is the #1 driver of engagement." Jay reached from the very back to flick a crumb from Brooke's hair. "I'll regret it if we don't promise. No true crime jokes once we get there. This place looks like an episode of something terrible happened near water." "That's not a real show," Ethan murmured. He'd been quiet the last hour, a big-shouldered silhouette watching the trees. "It will be when I sell it," Riley said, zooming past her friends to the black seam of forest ahead. In the reflected glass, she caught Noah, hands at 10 and 2, face untroubled except for the way he always watched the road like it might blink. He wore that faint, apologetic smile he'd had since sophomore year, as if he were already sorry for whatever you might someday ask of him. They'd stopped 20 minutes back at a gas station where the fluorescent canopy hummed like a hive. The clerk had the soft, papery look of someone who never went outside. He'd eyed the firewood and the bottles and asked, "You folks headed for the lake or the hills?" "The lake," Tessa had said. "We need somewhere our mistakes can echo." "Don't go on the water after dark," the clerk said, as if reciting a rule everyone knew. "That's when the lanterns show up." "Boat lanterns?" Jay asked. "All kinds," the clerk replied, and for one odd second his gaze snagged on Noah. "Don't bring the lake home with you." "Is this a riddle?" Marco asked. "Because I left my riddle kit in my other car." The clerk bagged the limes and lowered his voice. "Foxglass carries sound. It brings it back wrong." Back in the car, they'd laughed, and someone, Riley probably, had said, "Perfect," meaning perfect for footage, for night shots of a lake slick as black marble and some pale, hovering where no boat should be. Now, the asphalt thinned to a scar that wandered downhill, and the trees pressed close, and the cabin slid into view like a person stepping out of a shadow. The A-frame's roof hunched like it had been holding its breath for months. A crooked dock reached into the water. To the left squatted a cedar plank shed with an iron hask the size of a knuckle. An upside-down canoe sulked beside it, its skin scabbed with old epoxy. Out on the far ridge, the turbine ticked, tick, tick, like a metronome trying to steady an anxious song. Noah coasted to a stop. The engine sighed. For a heartbeat, nobody moved. Even the GPS went quiet, as if the pin itself were listening. "Haunted chic," Tessa declared, popping her door. "This is where hot people make bad decisions, and I'm a giver." "Not haunted," Cass said briskly, already out and stretching. "Just undermaintained. Everyone inside. Let's open windows, kill anything with more than 6 legs, and triage the fridge situation." Riley walked backward up the short path, camera to her eye, letting the world enter through glass and mechanics instead of skin. Filming always softened the bite off a place. It gave you distance you could measure in millimeters. The lake wore the sky's last light like a split lip, silver and bruised. Something, probably a loon, called once, a long hollow note that did not blink when you did. "Hey, Marco," Brooke said, shouldering her tote. "Will you help me with the ring light? I want a Weekend Vibes intro before my hair frizzes to sad poetry." "On it," Marco said, all pose and benign chaos. He hoisted a duffel and sauntered toward the porch like it might be filmed. Noah tested the key twice. The lock made a thick, unwilling sound, then turned. Inside, the air smelled like old sap and radiator dust. The living room was a museum exhibit. Summer 1998. Threadbare rug, plaid couch, wall-mounted ore. Over the mantel, a black and white photograph showed a younger dock, a smaller lake, the treeline wearing a different haircut. A hand-labeled breaker box crouched by the door. Noah flipped it with a care that felt like reverence. Lights stuttered awake. "Okay," Cass said. She spoke like people who carry emergencies in their pockets. "Kitchen inventory. Brooke, wipe everything down.
Marco, vuol pile.
Jay, see if you can get one of the bedroom windows unstuck. Ethan, canoe check." Ethan finished and grinned. He had a grin that could talk you into worse. "I'll make sure we actually float if we choose death." That sentence had too many choices, Jay said, but he was already padding toward the hall, sneakers whispering on old boards. Riley made a slow pan of the room. The camera's tiny screen carved the space into digestible geometry. Rectangle of the rug, triangle of the rafters, a vertical line of dust dancing like static. She liked catching the edges of people, Cass's hand steady on a sponge, Brooke's profile as she built herself a background, Jay pausing to study the faded lake photo as if it could explain something to him. Noah lingered near the couch with the air of someone waiting to be needed. He bent and righted a fallen throw pillow, then smoothed it. The way he did, little tidying gestures as apology for taking up space. "Power looks fine," he said to no one in particular. "Lines are old, but clean." "You talk about electricity like it's a pet," Tessa observed. "I respect it." He flushed and looked pleased. Outside, Ethan's boots thudded on the deck. "Shed's locked," he called. "But the canoe's solid enough for two, and a poor decision." "No night paddles," Cass said, without looking up. "Doctor's orders?" Ethan said, leaning in the doorway, backlit by the lake's last ghost light. "Human orders. We don't have a hospital." "We have you," he said. "Too easy." He always went too easy with her, as if easing were a spell. Cass's mouth tilted, then flattened. "Dinner," Jay announced, as if he were a butler and not a kindergarten teacher on summer break. "I've identified bowls. We can have the kind of pasta that tastes like college." "I brought rosemary," Brooke said brightly, which felt like an answer from a different conversation. They unpacked with the choreography of people who'd done this before. Hands finding drawers, mugs auditioning for the role of clean enough, someone discovering a sticky deck of cards and declaring it destiny. The Bluetooth speaker came out like a talisman, and in minutes the cabin filled with the kind of beat that makes a boxy room try to be larger. By the time night rolled fully down the hill, there were 5 open cans sweating on the coffee table and a halo of lime wedges that made the place smell like a kitchen pretending it was a beach. Tessa had claimed the arm of the couch and was narrating a high-stakes story about ejecting a drunk from the bar last week. Marco added soundtrack with his phone. Brooke waited for a natural lull so she could say, "Story time," and point her camera at her face. Cass had her med kit zipped open beside her like a purse, as if the very presence of gauze could make accidents self-conscious. Jay sat cross-legged on the rug and smiled the soft smile of someone who liked the moment he was in. Riley's camera kept ending up pointed at Noah. Not on purpose. She told herself it wasn't on purpose, but it turned to him in the way radar returns to the biggest thing on the horizon. Maybe because he didn't perform for it. When it found him, he just looked like himself, unposed, unarranged. He raised his can to her lens as if toasting the act of looking. She lowered the camera and, for a second, just looked. 2 truths and a lie lasted 13 rounds and ended because Brooke accidentally told 2 lies about her high school ex and then had to say, "Okay, fine." 3 lies while everyone cackled. Never have I ever ended because Tessa won with the unbeatable. Never have I ever owned a label maker. and glared at Cass, who had lowered 2 fingers. Someone tidied, someone spilled, someone, Marco, found a single bottle cap that suddenly became a sport, flicking it toward a crumpled solo cup on the mantel. $50 if you make it from there, Ethan challenged from the kitchen doorway.
50 imaginary dollars brut clarified.
Marco squinted, flicked, and missed by a breath. The cap pinged the iron grate that covered the fireplace. The sound had a voice to it, an almost note. Something in the grate sang for half a second, a high metallic throat clearing, and then the room remembered it was a rune. Okay, Jay said, after the laughter thinned, like the song wasn't done with him. I'm making one rule. No one says this is where we die. Even as a joke. Tessa put a hand over her heart. I solemnly swear this is where we live irresponsibly. Acceptable, Jay conceded. The power blinked then, a single stutter. The Bluetooth hiccuped, recovered, and immediately lost sync with the room's mood. Old lines, Noah said, as if to the house. It's fine. They scattered to bedrooms with the loose grace of familiarity. Riley brushed her teeth to the sound of pipes coughing somewhere in the walls. The bathroom mirror had pock scars where the silver had fled, her face halved and tripled in ghost slices. She watched water bead at the point of her chin like mercury, then fall. When she stepped into the hall, the house smelled different, cooler, the timber-esque breath heavy with dark. Noah waited there holding a blanket and a pillow like a child caught stealing domesticity. You take the bed, he said. I'm good on the couch. We can, she started, ready to make a joke about childhood sleepovers and a finely calibrated pillow wall. But the panic that flashed behind his eyes at the idea of sharing was so clean and quick she switched tracks without showing the switch. You, my friend, are a gentleman and a martyr. He smiled, ashamed and grateful all at once. I'll be 5 feet from the knife block. Heroes sleep lightly. Heroism is gender neutral, she said, bumping his shoulder. His shoulder was a warm, steady place. Good night. Night. In her room, the sheets were clean and stiff with lake air, the kind that dries hard and smells like stone. She lay on her back and let the day settle inside her like glitter settling in a jar. Somewhere in the kitchen, the fridge clunked. The wind turbine ticked on the ridge.
Tick, tick.
She made a note in her head to record that sound tomorrow, a metronome out in the trees, keeping time for nothing. Silence grew. It wasn't empty. It was a bowl filled with things she could not name. She waited for sleep and found, instead, the thought she'd tried not to think since they left the gas station. Don't bring the lake home with you. As if the lake were a dog trailing you to the car. As if you could only leave by not looking back. Something thumped under the floor. It was not the polite readjustment of old wood, not the sigh of boards learning each other again. It was a knock, spaced, 2 beats, like a knuckle on a door. She held her breath and counted to 5. In the kitchen, the fridge hummed louder, as if laying down a track. A wire in the wall clicked. From the living room, a soft scrape, couch fabric against denim. She waited for Noah to cough or roll, or say the universal token of "Did you hear that?" Nothing. Just the turbine, counting itself. Her camera rested on the nightstand, its soft body reflecting the window's faint square. She could record this, she'd recorded less, but that felt like inviting it. Instead, she lay there and tracked the edges of fear the way she tracked the edges of light on faces when she filmed. What it revealed, what it trimmed away.
She breathed.
After a while, that became the only sound, and even that shortened until it felt optional. She dreamed, briefly and vividly, of a lake full of eyes. Not eyes, no. Lanterns. Suspended golds, unmoored and pulsing, as if a city had been lowercased and poured into water. In the dream, she lifted her camera, and every light went out at once, as if the active witness were a hand snuffing a wick. Riley woke at what her phone said was 2:17. The digital clock beside the bed read 12 o'clock and blinked like it had just been born. Power blip. From the couch came a whisper of motion, Noah turning, or something adjusting around him. She sat up and listened hard enough to make her head ring. Another knock, farther this time, or deeper like it had learned the house. Then fingers of wind crawled across the roof and turned into rain, sparse and exploratory. The lake took the rain and did not return it. She slept not because she wanted to, but because sleep came as a bear sometimes, inevitable and heavy, with no regard for your plans. Morning smelled like cheap coffee pretending to be strong. The cabin had brightened into a place that could host chores. Someone, Cass, had already opened every window an inch, and the rooms wore stripes of cold. The lake had become metal in daylight, not glass. It did not move. It implied movement. Riley padded into the living room in her socks and found Noah already up on the couch, blanket neatly squared, pillow aligned with the seam, phone face down on the coffee table as if it had been scolded. He looked like he hadn't slept at all and was pretending he had. "Hey," he said, soft enough to avoid spooking anything. "You hear the blip?" "Twice," she said, pouring coffee into a mug so chipped it qualified as a sculpture. "And something under the floor, like knocking." "Old plumbing," he offered. "Could be," she said, and did not believe it. Jay shuffled in, hair rebellious. "Ground rules day 2, he announced. Rule 1, everyone eats. Rule 2, no one goes to the water alone. Rule 3, when you think you see something, call it out. Because I definitely saw someone on the dock at, I don't know, late. I woke up and there was a," he gestured vaguely, "shape." "Me," said Ethan, with the timing of a person who'd already made up his mind. He filled the doorway in hoodie and beanie and steps that thumped like reassurance. Guilty.
Couldn't sleep.
Wanted to smell the lake. Smelled like pennies and cold. Like blood, Tessa said, hovering with her toothbrush as if it were a cigarette. "Just say blood. It's spooky season." Ethan grinned. Blood. Cass appeared behind him and flicked the back of his head with 2 fingers. "You're not funny. And if you go on that dock without shoes, you're going to get a nail through your foot, and I'm not packing you out." He touched his heart. "Yes, doctor." Riley watched the micro-gesture that followed, Cass's hand starting to linger, then not. The withdrawal echoed faintly in the room like the aftertone of the iron grate from the night before. She filed it away, the way she filed everything away, a neat mental drawer labeled "Someday This Will Matter." Brooke came in filming, the lens close enough to her face to turn her eyes lake-wide. "Good morning, besties," she sang. "We survived night 1. The air out here?
Healing.
The vibes? Reversed. Her phone stuttered, froze on her own smile, then hiccuped back to life. She frowned at the glitch. Weird. Old lines. Noah started, then stopped himself, as if he'd already used up his allotment of comfort for the morning. "Okay, logistics," Cass said, switching to daylight Cass. "Breakfast, then a hike. No alcohol until we're back. No swimming without a buddy. And someone should check the basement because something's under there." Jay blinked. "There's a basement?" Marco, who had entered like a chorus line, elbows, grin, an imaginary spotlight, looked genuinely pleased. "Basement? That's where the coolers live. Also centipedes. Do we have a broom? We should bring a broom." "Is it even unlocked?" Brooke asked. It looked like a horror movie prop. They all looked at the door at the end of the hall, the one they hadn't touched. Paint bubbled around its frame like old blisters. Somewhere past it, something, plumbing, mice, memory, shuffled its quiet. Riley lifted her camera and framed the hallway like an establishing shot. The door at the end, the way the light slid under it like something breathing. She zoomed, then stopped, unwilling to invite closeness to that particular square of dark. Ethan cracked 2 eggs into a bowl with one hand, showy. "We'll check it after pancakes," he said, like naming ordinary tasks could corral the day into obedience. "Nobody gets murdered on an empty stomach." "Tessa," Jay said, pointing his spoon. He said the thing. "I heard it," Tessa replied, deadpan. "I'm logging it for future hauntings." Outside, the wind tugged the mist apart in long, silver muscles. The turbine on the ridge ticked.
Tick, tick.
The lake held itself very still, like a person trying not to be noticed. In the glass above the mantel, in the old photograph of a dock and a smaller, friendlier lake, The water recorded a ripple from long ago and kept recording it forever. By noon, they'd have maps on the table and plans in their mouths and jokes to keep the edges from biting. By evening, the lake would be full of lanterns, or the idea of lanterns, which is sometimes worse. For now, morning held, and the house learned their names one by one. Somewhere under the floor, something knocked once, very politely, as if waiting for its turn. Chapter 2: House Sounds. By late morning, the cabin had chosen its noises and stuck to them. The fridge's thin hum, the turbine's distant tick, a wood beam whimper when someone crossed the hall. The place coughed up drafts from odd directions like it remembered winter in its bones. Cass propped the back door with a chair to air out the fry smell. The cold slid in and made the curtain breathe. "Pancakes now," Ethan announced, triumphant with a skillet and a plate of imperfect circles. "Symmetry is for cowards." "Smells like a diner had a good idea," Tessa said, already stealing one to fold like a taco around a fistful of berries. Brooke set a ring light on the counter because she didn't know how not to. "We're doing a lazy cabin brunch real later," she told the room. "Casual, chaotic, aspirational. Jay, you'll be the friend who knows how to whisk." "I contain multitudes," Jay said, ferrying mugs to the table. Riley filmed the little domestic choreography, Ethan tilting the pan to slide a pancake with too much confidence, Cass cutting fruit with medical neatness, Marco pretending to host a cooking show to an audience of ghosts. And now we add the secret ingredient: anxiety, just a pinch. Through the lens, the light was clean and the edges behaved. Outside the window, the lake lay like a coin you weren't sure you should pick up. Noah hovered at the sink, rinsing bowls and stacking them in configurations that obeyed some private geometry. He looked up to find the camera on him and offered a small, unguarded grin that Riley felt in the center of her ribs. "Eat," Cass ordered, dropping a pancake onto Riley's plate as if it were a prescription. "Then chores." "Chores,"
Marco echoed, wounded.
"I came here to escape the structural violence of chores. Air out the bedrooms, sweep the hall, inventory the first aid kit," Cass said. "Also, there's a basement." Everyone looked at the door at the end of the hall, the one painted the color of damp cardboard, where the trim had blistered. The knob was the old, cold kind that remembers different hands. "Have we opened it?" Jay asked. Brooke broadcast a 30-second clip of berry placement strategies. Marco tried and failed to flip a pancake behind his back and accepted booing like rain. Jay, who was secretly the best at everything he pretended to be SSO at, did dishes without making a noise about it. Ethan leaned in the back doorway and let the cold touch his face. The turbine ticked. The lake refused to sparkle. "Okay," Cass said when the plates lay scattered like defeated shields. "Assignments. Jay and Marco. Woodpile and fireplace. Brooke, wipe down bedrooms and check for mold." "We are manifesting a mold-free experience," Brooke said, already snapping on gloves like a tiny exorcist. "Tessa, sweep and please don't use the broom like a lightsaber." "I promise nothing," Tessa said, swinging it once exactly, like a lightsaber. "I'll get the basement," Ethan volunteered. "You won't," Cass said simply. "We'll do that together." Riley kept filming until the list turned into movement. Lists turning into movement was her favorite part of People, the way intention gets legs. She found Noah kneeling by a low cabinet under the sink, where the plumbing made a cluck like a frog. His hands were steady, as always. "Want a hand?" she asked, crouching beside him in the narrow wedge of space, where the linoleum tired into wood. He shook his head. "Just fixing the way this doesn't make sense." He held up the U-bend, which had been installed backwards, an idiot's loop. He reversed it, tightened, tested. A small, mean leak stopped. Sometimes chaos keeps going because no one tells it not to. "You're good at this," she said. "I like when things do what they're built to," he said, and something in his voice turned the sentence into a thought beneath a thought. They ran the broom down the hall together, Noah pushing, Riley catching the dust into a pan. They opened windows in bedrooms that smelled like closed time and found a dried cluster of ladybugs in one corner, tidy as seeds. Brooke squealed and then filmed them because even dead, They were aesthetic. Marco and Jay carried in wood from the lean-to out back. The first piece they lifted had a thumbprint of glitter in the grain, like sap had tried to make jewelry. Marco stuck it under the ring light. "We're going to have the fanciest fire," he announced. "Glampire."
Sorry.
"Don't be sorry for wordplay," Jay said. "Be better at it." By early afternoon, the cabin looked briefly like a catalog's idea of itself. The air had a new bite. A cloud slid over the sun and darkened everything by 1 degree. The lake didn't change at all, which made it feel complicit. "Basement," Cass said, with the inevitability of gravity. They gathered without meaning to, people always do around doors. The hall felt 3 inches narrower. Tessa put the broom across her shoulders like a barbell and blew an imaginary whistle. "Teams." "2 is enough," Cass said. "Me and Ethan. If we need help, you'll know. Riley, film if you want, but don't follow." Riley lifted the camera and then lowered it. "I'll get sound," she said, and showed the little shotgun mic mounted like a polite antlers above the lens. She wasn't sure why not following felt like superstition and not safety. Ethan worked the latch with the screwdriver from the junk drawer. The screws complained. The door released like someone letting go of a held breath. Cold rushed up. Not air, exactly, but the idea of air that had been underground. It smelled like coin rolls and wet nails. "You sure?" Jay asked quietly. "Sure," Cass said, and put her hand on Ethan's shoulder like an anchor. 15 minutes. If we're not back, don't be dramatic. Call down." Tessa saluted with the broom. Marco flourished the fire poker like a bat. "We have weapons. Vibes are undefeated." Ethan clicked his phone light on. Cass did the same. They went down together, shoulders brushing, steps creaking in the way old wood creaks when it hopes you're careful. The rest of them listened. Houses make throat sounds that pretend to be voices when you want to hear voices. The turbine ticked. A tiny bead of water formed at the edge of the sink and fell. Riley raised her camera to the door and recorded the dark rectangle. Noah stood beside her, not touching, his body making the kind of stillness that understands how not to ripple the moment. "Talk to me." Cass's voice came up from the dark, clear. "Just so I know you can hear." "Copy," Riley called back, trying to sound like this was a game. "How's our basement looking?" "Boxes."
Risht.
A workbench. A pause.
Top door.
Jay looked at the ceiling as if the ceiling had rules.
Top door.
"Probably for access to the crawl space," Cass said, businesslike. "Don't be exciting." Ethan laughed, and the laugh hit the low rafters and came back wrong, flattened, like a joke told after midnight. "We're not opening it. There's a smell. Gas." Noah asked, instantly alert. "Iron," Cass said. "And damp. We're coming up." Relief is an embarrassing thing. It shows the shape of the fear you had. When they reappeared, Ethan a step first, Cass behind him, both with skin that had decided to be pale. The hall took them like they'd been underwater. Locked from our side. Ethan lifted the latch in demonstration. Never a good sign. "Nothing down there worth a tetanus DLC," Cass said. "We leave it shut. If something knocks again, I vote we ignore it until it gets bored." Brooke tried to laugh and made a small, high sound that asked for permission to count as laughter. "Hear that? We're ignoring it. Officially." "Good," Tessa said, and shoved the broom under the couch to retrieve a dried-out something that used to be a raisin and was now a philosophy. The afternoon frayed into smaller things. A walk up the old logging road, where road turned into suggestion and the ferns had opinions. A contest of skipping stones that ended when Marco's favorite ring slipped off in a long, stupid arc, and they spent 10 minutes pretending they might find it. Brooke filmed a forest walk ASMR and then tripped on a root and saved the phone but not her knee. Cass Butterfly closed the scrape, while delivering a monologue about tetanus boosters that somehow became a story about her grandmother's peach tree. Jay found a deer print and knelt to measure it with his fingers like a prayer. Noah hung back and looked at the water with a face that did not match the rest of him. Riley fell into step with him. The air had gone from cold to colder without getting windy, a subtractive trick. "What's the code?" she asked, half teasing. You look like you're trying to brute force a password. He considered. I was thinking about how quiet it is when you're not quiet. That's a lot. Yeah, he said, and smiled like the apology he were sometimes. I meant when we stop filling it, the place keeps going. Like we're on top of something that doesn't care. Nature, baby, Tessa called from ahead, overhearing just enough to be a chorus. She literally does not care. They went back before the sky could eat the light. The cabin fit them in different places now. First days do that. The fire Jay built took reluctantly, then with a soft hoarder's greed. Marco played a playlist of the kind of songs you forget were hits. Brooke posted a golden hour shot that was mostly silver and got 2 comments from strangers about the lake being so chill that made Riley want to laugh and pull the plug on the world. Dinner was pasta with too much garlic and just enough char on the bread. Cass allowed 1 bottle of wine, and they pretended to negotiate generous pours until she took the bottle and divided it like a teacher. Noah, who rarely drank, sipped and then set the glass down like it was a prop. The power blinked again around 8. The clock on the mantel stuttered and reset. Old lines. Noah started, caught himself, and shook his head.
Sorry.
I sound like a broken manual. Reassurance is not a finite resource, Jay said. Keep spending. Night pulled itself up and sat on the roof. The windows turned into rectangles where inside looked back at itself. The lake vanished and became a suggestion. The turbine ticked.
Tick, tick.
Wind went somewhere else to argue with different trees. Okay, Brooke said, standing with purpose. Hot take. We go outside right now and stargaze for like 3 minutes. We need at least 1 cosmic awe clip or this whole trip is a moral failure. 3, Cass agreed. And no one walks to the dock. We do the porch or I staple you to the floor. Staple me, Tessa said, then let the joke die because Cass didn't smile. They stepped out into a cold that wanted to get in your clothes. The sky wasn't a clear field. Clouds were combed across it, thin enough to show the brighter stars and the lower, meaner glow from somewhere far away. The water killed the moon and kept it. Their breaths made ghosts that slipped off the porch and vanished before they hit the grass. Okay, Brooke whispered because people always whisper at night. She held up her phone. 3 minutes of cosmic awe. Go. They lasted 1. Somewhere across the lake, a light flickered. It was not a house light. There were no houses. It was not a boat light. You know how a boat light moves, arrogant and precise. This was a slow pulse, gold at first, then a warmer, dirtier orange. It hovered 2 feet above the water, like a thought that couldn't decide to surface. Then another, far to the left. Then a third, farther back, the way eyes reflected when you caught a deer off the highway but wrong. Lanterns, Jay said, and no one laughed. Riley raised her camera because that was her reflex. The screen caught the first light, hunted for focus, breathed in and out. The second, she had a minute of footage. Black water, stars, for lights moving wrong. She wanted to scrub through it right away, freeze frames, look for a seam. She wanted to put it away. She wanted to throw it into the lake like an offering. She put it down gently on the end table instead, as if not to wake it. Okay, Marco said after a silence long enough to count. Consensus, prank? Fisherman? Magical realism? Brooke's demographic appearing in the wild. No boats, Ethan said, certain in the way of people who read lakes like menus. No engine.
No ours.
I'd hear it. You'd feel it. Wind, Tessa suggested, and immediately shook her head.
No.
The air's dead. Could be reflections, Jay said. Camp far down lake. From what? Cass asked. No roads that way. Noah hadn't said anything. He stood by the window with his hands in his hoodie pocket, shoulders rounding down like he could make himself less there. Riley looked at him and found him looking at the glass. The window gave them back their own faces and, behind that, a dark where the lake should be. For a flicker's worth of time, she had the impression his reflection didn't line up. A trick of angles. A thought without a handle. You good? She asked under the noise of everyone not deciding what to do. He nodded too quickly.
Yeah.
Just tired. Right. She tried for playlight. Tomorrow you can nap on a canoe while we push you around like a lily pad. He smiled at the floor. I'll sink. Riley wanted to say something easy and competent. She wanted to put a hand on his wrist, the place where touch feels most like a promise, and didn't, because she wasn't sure what she'd be promising. They watched one stupid movie, and no one remembered what it was because their brains were eating something else. The soundtrack kept trying to fight the room and losing. Brooke went to bed first and posted a sleepy-eyed story about forest stargazing that already looked like a lie. Marco followed, declaring the couch had artisanal lumps and was therefore his natural enemy. Jay did the last of the dishes while humming nothing, which still calmed everyone. Finally, there were just 3 in the living room. Cass with her med kit closed but nearby. Riley, cross-legged with the camera back in her lap like a pet. Noah, folded into the corner of the couch, hoodie up, looking at nothing. We should call someone, Riley said, not sure which problem she was naming. The ranger? I don't know, lake authority. Ranger station seasonal, Cass said. We try in the morning. Noah stirred. I can drive into town. Find a signal. In the dark.
Cass said.
On that road?
No. I've feeling.
I know, Cass said, gentler. And no. The fire ticked. The turbine ticked further off. Far down in the house, in its old wood and older dirt, one small sound arrived, and then pretended it hadn't. 2 knocks. Gentle, like a politeness. Cass and Riley both turned toward the hall at the same time. Plumbing, Noah said automatically, and winced as if from stepping on his own sentence. Cass stood with deliberation. We're ignoring it, she said, as if she needed the words out loud to keep the rule alive. We said so. We meant it. Copy, Riley said, too loud. They went to their rooms like people walking through a sleeping animal. Riley brushed her teeth and saw that the mirror had decided to keep the shape of her hand after she pulled it away, a smear that was nothing, and then was just dried cleaner. She laughed at herself and felt unfunny. In the hallway, Noah waited again. Blanket and pillow, and a glance that wanted to be a conversation and couldn't find its subject. Want the knife block? Riley said, because humor is a pulley system that can lift more than its weight. I'll keep it in my heart, he said. He started to move past her, then stopped. Hey. If you hear. He looked toward the hall's dim, toward the basement door with its cheap latch and its memory of cold. If you hear anything, just call my name, okay?
Always, she said too fast.
His smile was small and precise. Good night, Riley. Good night, Noah. Her room felt both familiar and erased. That's what cabins do. They offer you a version of yourself without your usual outlines. She lay down and listened to the turbine tick and the house breathe and the refrigerator motor argue with no one. She drifted and rose, the kind of half-sleep you do on planes and in unfamiliar beds, until a thin, bright certainty cut her like a wire. Someone was on the dock. She didn't know how she knew. The way you know a word in a language you don't speak. Her throat went dry. She swung her legs out of bed, and the cold climbed her shins like a tame animal. She crossed to the window and moved the curtain with 2 fingers the way you move a lid off a pot that might spit. The dock was a darker thing in dark. Beyond it, a gold smudge won. Not where the earlier light had been. It held steady like a coin on edge, and then skated 3 feet left, without the part where things move. Riley reached for her camera. The strap was under the lamp cord. She freed it gently and lifted. Through the viewfinder, the dark had grain to it. The smudge became a circle, and then a blown-out star, and then a circle again as she eased the focus ring, her breath making the lens a story about weather. The light kept not moving, and then being elsewhere. Her fingers wanted to text someone. Her mouth wanted to call. Her brain wanted her to back away and pretend the curtain had never opened. She did none of those because doing nothing is also a kind of message, and she didn't know yet what message she wanted to send. Behind her in the hall, a soft footstep. Not Noah's careful, held breath gait. Something like a sock sliding once on old wood, and then changing its mind. She turned, camera partly up like a shield, and saw nothing, of course. The sound had been the house clearing its throat, or the lake learning stairs. When she looked back out, the light was gone. The dock was the dock again. The water was not a mirror. It was a lid. She left the curtain half a thumb's width open, because superstition needs its rituals, and climbed back into bed. The clock on the nightstand blinked 12 o'clock, faithful in its stupidity. She waited for sleep and got the shape of it. She waited for the knock and got only the turbine's tick. She waited for Noah to say her name and got, instead, a very quiet house practicing how to be quieter. In the living room, on the couch, Noah lay on his side with his hoodie pulled up. His eyes were open. His phone sat face down on the coffee table, screen dark. A minute later, when the house had convinced itself it wasn't breathing, his hand crept out, felt for the phone, and slid it under the pillow. Down under the floorboards, in the part of the house that had no room for footsteps, something that was not a pipe and not a mouse and not wind tapped once, as if it had learned the rules and wanted to show it could follow them. Chapter 3: Shoreline. Morning had the pale color of paper that's been erased too many times. The lake turned itself into a patient coin again and lay there, heads or tails undecided. Coffee came in intervals, mutter of kettle, chuff of French press, like a machine trying to remember a song. The turbine ticked, dutiful. Ethan was the first one in a jacket. He'd already laced boots and looped a coil of paracord around his wrist like a bracelet. Walk before breakfast, he said to the room at large, then to Cass, as if asking permission without saying the word. I'll check the canoe, maybe take a lap by the inlet. Cass watched him from the kitchen doorway, hair pulled into a practical knot, the kind of knot that recognizes emergencies from across the street. Don't go far, and you take someone. Ethan grinned. You volunteering?
I'm cooking.
That's Tria. She crossed and tugged the cord on his wrist once. Text every 10. Service is bad. Then yell every 10, she said, and the joke landed, soft as a folded towel. Riley shouldered the camera, out of habit and out of need. I'll get shoreline footage, she said, the way a person says I'll bring a jacket, which means I need something between me and the air. Brooke pulled on a knit hat and a commitment to cozy. Forest walk content, let's go, she whispered to her front-facing camera. We're doing foggy morning, main character energy. Main characters die, Tessa said, stuffing her hands in a hoodie that did not belong to her. We're more like plucky sidekicks and a menacing rumor. Noah stood by the back door, mug cooling in his hands, considering the light like it was a problem he could solve if he looked hard enough. Jay tied the laces on the boots he only wore once a year and made sympathetic faces at the idea of wet socks. They stepped onto the deck, and the cold caught them like a well-meaning ant. Embrace, cheek pinch, smell of old cedar. The dock extended its bony finger. The canoe sat upright today, nose toward the water, as if it had rolled during the night to invite use. That was unsettling in a small way. Yesterday it had sulked upside down. Marco, Jay said, peering. Did you flip the canoe when you went out to get wood?
Marco ejasti di majaniri sunglasses.
Of course not. I'm a land mammal. Wind could have done it, Ethan said. Or the lake has opinions. Or we're getting punked by a prankster raccoon, Tessa said. Chaotic neutral. Ethan tested the canoe's thwart, then rocked it. She holds, he announced, and that was the first moment the day took a step toward being about him. He slid it until the nose kissed water. The lake accepted with no comment. Ethan, Cass said, stepping onto the top stair of the deck, bare ankles regretting everything. 3 minutes shore hugging, and you were the life best. I'll be dull, he promised, and strapped the faded orange hug around his ribcage. Riley filmed the sequence, every ordinary bit of it. The plank flex, the brief squeal of old rope as he untied, the way he settled into the canoe with the casualness of people who have negotiated their bodies with boats before, one hand on the dock, one on the gunwale, hips doing the physics. He pushed off with the paddle, and the canoe slid into its other life. Text me, Cass said again. He grinned back at her, teeth bright, ridiculous. Yell every 10, I know. He angled toward the inlet where a tongue of reeds broke the lake's lip. Back before you can say, we should have picked a beach resort. Regret is my cardio, Brooke said, but it was automatic. Her eyes were on the lake. The canoe made no sound you could put letters to. The paddle lifted, dipped, lifted. The life vest became a bright, false flower moving along a dark, flat garden. The wind turbine ticked in a rhythm that asked you to breathe different. Don't go past the point, Jay called, cupping his hands as if sound needed help crossing that distance. Ethan waved paddle as flag. He reached the inlet, let the canoe nosed into reeds, then levered out. The canoe backed a little, turned, resettled. He drifted. The reeds made a dry violin sound against the hull, a friction talk. He ducked his head a little like he'd seen something. "What do you see?" Riley called, not because she expected an answer, but because narration's a way to make the world manageable. He raised one hand, palm out, hold on, then laughed and shook his head at his own theater. "A heron," he called, or a lizard in a heron suit. "Photos, or it isn't real." Brooke yelled, because that sentence was in her bones. Riley zoomed. The viewfinder swallowed the inlet. Reeds in a comb, dark water sucking gently at its own edges, a pale, still thing at the far margin that could have been a submerged log or a gull or the idea of a heron. She eased focus. The pale thing held its pale, refused edges. Ethan's canoe turned in place, a lazy clock hand. He dipped the paddle on the left and began to slide back out. Two things happened quickly enough to braid. First, the canoe lurched as if a hand beneath had taken hold. Not a wave, there were no waves. Not his balance, he had enough of that. A downward hitch, a drop, a small, ugly slurp. Second, Ethan made a sound no one had heard him make before. Not fear, not pain.
Surprise.
The honest kind from the chest.
Eh.
Cass called, immediate, controlled, the voice that belonged to emergencies and nothing else in her life. He righted. He was laughing again, the brittle laugh of someone who didn't get the memo his body had just sent. "Snag," he said. "We're fine." The canoe rocked again. Harder. Something knocked the hull, a clean, hollow clunk, as if a submerged branch had come up at speed. The paddle slid from his hand and scissored once, flat to the water. The canoe took on 3 inches of slosh that should not have happened. Ethan swore, quick and low, pushed to grab the paddle, and the vested bright of him leaned too far toward that bright piece of wood floating away from his confidence. "Ethan," Cass said, lower, and someone, Jay, was already off the deck and down the steps, shoes grabbing splinters. For a half second they all had the same thought. He's tipping. That's all. He'll be embarrassed and cold, and it'll be a story with the energy of a little mess. That's all. Then the thought failed to remain true. The canoe tilted, yes, but not in a way capsizes happen. It pulled, nose down, as though the lake had learned a mouth. Ethan did the right thing, shifted his weight back, reached for the opposite gunwale, but the opposite gunwale went away. The canoe dove like a swan and then stuck, half-hidden, absurd, a thing rethinking its identity under the surface. Ethan went in with a noise that only people who love you can hear and name. His head broke the water, the orange tab of the vest bright, his mouth making one shocked hoe of air. "Ethan," Cass said, and her whole body was the word. He didn't vanish. This wasn't a magic trick. He kicked twice, hard. Riley saw the movement in the stuttering ripple, not in the parts of him she needed to see. The water around his shoulders left a darker ring as if cold had lines. He heaved toward the paddle because that's what bodies want. Something handleable. The paddle slid away, just out of reach with the elegant cruelty of a cat. "Rope," Noah said. "Where's rope?" "Lean to," Jay shouted. Already on the dock, already out past what anyone agreed on, as if the rules were polite only until someone he loved needed breaking. "Jay, stop," Cass snapped because she had to. "He's close. We talk him in." But Jay's shoes were on the slick boards, and the slick boards had thoughts about that, and Cass had never been the boss of gravity. Ethan was not panicking. Panic has a shape. Ethan was all decision. He rolled to float, grabbed at the canoe's stern, which showed a stupid slice of red under the surface, like an embarrassed lip. His mouth went below for a beat.
Came up again.
"Talk to me," Cass called. Face me, breathe. You're good. You're good. I'm good, Ethan said, faithful, and water slapped his teeth on good. Riley had the camera up without remembering lifting it. The viewfinder shrank the distance until it was intimate and cruel. She could count droplets on the arc of his cheekbone when he turned, could see the way cold made him old in the face. Behind him, something in the reeds bent like a listener shifting its weight. Tessa had the broom as if a broom had learned to be a spear. Say the word, she said to Cass, and meant let me be feral. Rope, Noah said again, already sprinting for the shed, vaulting the last step. One misstep from falling thinks out of himself. Brooke was a metronome of useless motion, phone in hand, ankles flexing. Who do I call? Do I call? There's no signal. I can, oh God. Breathe, Jay told Ethan and to himself. He was lying on the dock now, belly down, reach practiced, palm open.
Hey.
Look at me. Ethan did, because they'd all learned each other on rivers and at parties and in kitchens after midnight, and when Jay said look at me, people did. Good, Jay said, talking like you talk to kids in classrooms when the fire alarm goes off. We're here. Ethan laughed again, strangled with water, and not with humor. Yeah, he said. I'm here. His hand slipped. He went under just chin deep, bobbed up, swore, coughed, blinked, focused. The canoe moved in a way that wasn't current and wasn't wind. From the shore, it looked like someone pulling from below with a slow, inappropriate courtesy. Noah reappeared at a sprint with a coil of rope, breath loud. He flung one end at Jay and kept moving, muscles being what they are when adrenaline gives them a ride. Tie off, he said, hands already making knots from an alphabet Riley didn't know. Jay looped a cleat hitch like he'd been born with one in his pocket. Noah hurled the free tail in a clean arc. It fell short by a foot. Again, Cass said. Noah gathered, timed. Ethan moved for it. The vest complicated the reach. He cursed it and blessed it in the same breath. The rope kissed his wrist and slid like a flirt. He snatched and missed. The canoe shrugged. We're cutting the vest, Ethan rasped, only half joke, and Cass said no and meant live, and the vest didn't care about either and stayed bright. Back it up, Jay said, and reached farther than he should have. The dock answered by doing what docks do. It stayed indifferent. Ethan's face went needles white. His lips slowed from all the blood, not bothering with them. He took a breath that sounded like someone folding aluminum foil. Ethan, Cass said, and the second syllable unspooled into something too private for anyone else to hear. He took 3 strokes that looked like they cost more than they bought. He reached the rope, got it, wrapped twice, missed the third, rewrapped, and that's when it happened. It wasn't dramatic. Dramas for theaters. It was small. He flinched. Riley saw it because she was looking through glass, and glass can be merciless. A sharp jerk down through one shoulder, the right. The motion of someone elbow deep in a barrel when something inside grabs the wrist. His mouth opened as if to say, oh, and water wrote itself into him. Jay hauled on the rope. Noah hauled. The rope obeyed like a stubborn animal obeys, reluctant but not cruel. Ethan came afoot.
2.
The canoe came with him like a bad friend. Come on, Jay whispered, teeth bared. Come on, man. Ethan, Cass said, and she was already moving before she decided to, already stepping onto the dock, because we are not beings of decisions when the people we love are in water. Cass. Jay began and swallowed it. He dragged. Noah heaved. The rope tore a pink burn into Noah's palms, and he didn't blink. Ethan's chin rose above the day, then sank, then rose. He coughed once, a sound like nothing natural. The rope went slack. It didn't drop from hands. It loosened from what it held, like a mind letting go of a thought it never meant to keep. Noah fell backward half a step, the sudden absence making his muscles stupid. Jay swore a word he never used around children. The rope lay across the water and sighed imperceptibly back toward the dock, a line with no purpose. The canoe shifted. The life vest bobbed once, empty of its intention. Ethan, Cass said, but now it was a format, not a communication. She was on her knees on the dock, and Jay had an arm around her waist because sometimes love is a tackle. The lake had its coin face on again. Reeds made small weather. The paddle, which had been part of a plan, banged once against the side of the dock and then began to slide along the edge like a reluctant dog. "No," Brooke said softly to the air, the way people talk to spilled coffee or broken screens, as if kindness could knit anything. "I'm going," Jay said. "No," Cass said, "Steal now," and that was why Jay loved her and obeyed. "We get him from here. We don't split the problem." "Boat," Noah said, voice gone to something precise. "There's a rowboat?" "The shed," Jay said, breath not catching up to his words. "Padlock." "Bolt cutters," Tessa said, ruthless and unhelpful simultaneously. Riley's camera was still up. She lowered it, and her arms remembered being heavy. She had filmed the rope going slack. She had filmed the way Cass's hand hovered a foot above the lake, palm empty as an apology. She looked at the footage in the tiny screen because that was a thing she could hold. "Riley," Cass said, not looking away from the water. "Time." Riley understood. She checked her phone. 9:17. She said it out loud, so it would be real. 9:17. Jay repeated it to the dock. They did what people do when the moment is bigger than the room. They got busy. Noah ran for the shed again and found it, predictably, locked. He rattled it like that ever works. Tessa took the broom to every stupid thing she could reach. Brooke cried with her mouth closed, a neat and intense little effort. Marco went to the kitchen and came back fast with a steak knife because his body needed steel. Cass stood on the dock with her hands uselessly smooth and did not move because she knew if she moved without a plan she would be in the water, and then the plan would be two problems. "Ethan," Jay shouted to the place where you shout when you run out of better places. His voice did that trick human voices do across open water. Got thin, came back late. "Answer me." The lake had no new information. Noah shouldered the shed door once, twice, the wood complaining. On the third, the frame split, tired. He stumbled inside and then came back swearing because there was no boat, just longer absence. An outline on dust where a boat had been. Oars on hooks, yes. Life jackets. A horn with a small can of air. A coil of line. No boat. He took it, Jay said, and it wasn't a question. Yesterday, sometime before the lights, someone had taken the boat, and you can't take a boat without meaning to. "Who's he?" Marco asked, and then bit it back as if the air might answer. They called the ranger station from the porch because the porch had one extra pixel of service. It rang. It rang. It recorded their message without promising to care. They called the county. They got a dispatch that sounded like a person in a closet with too many screens who said, "Stay put, I'll try to raise someone, and we're an hour out, and don't go in," as if "don't go in" had been negotiable. They tried to construct the sequence in words because narrative is the only way some people breathe. Ethan launched at 9:02. The canoe reached the inlet at 9:08. He signaled Heron at 9:10. He laughed at 9:11. The first knock on the canoe, no one could say when that happened. The first clunk. The vest bright and useful until it wasn't. Rope.
Slack.
9:17. Riley's tongue tasted like battery. Her hands had the thin tremble of someone far from food and inches from shock. She drank water she did not want, and its temperature felt like a choice she didn't remember making. Jay and Noah and Cass combed the shoreline visually because there is never nothing to do. They looked for the vest, for bubbles, for the ugly geometry of a thing that doesn't belong. They found nothing, and then, because the world is mean but not entirely uninvested, they found one thing. At the back of the deck, near the top stair, where someone wet would put a foot to climb, a print. Not a perfect one. The boards had a furry old age that resisted details. But you could see it was a bare foot, wide, with a second toe longer than the first. You could see the water had dried unevenly in the dips of the wood, a ghost of the shape. You could see it face toward the house, not the lake. "Ethan?" Brooke said, grabbing the idea like a rope. He made it back, "No," Cass said, not cruel. She crouched, looked close, put a finger a half inch from the board without touching. Her voice went careful. not to scare anyone's ideas away. His feet were in boots. He never unlaced them. We took his boots off once, Jay said, slow, as if the past might audition to be the present. At a river thing. He has that scar from, he stopped. The print on the deck did not have a scar. It had a globular darkness where a knot in the wood had kept it wet. It had the suggestion of a heel. It was not the foot of anyone any of them knew. Could be old, Marco offered, desperate for plain causes. We tracked something last night after rain. It's nothing. It's new, Cass said, and she did not explain how she knew because you do not, in that moment, explain the way water dries or the science of boards or the idiot specifics of moisture. It wasn't here when we came out. Tessa pressed the back of her hand to her teeth. So someone walked up from the lake, barefoot. Jay let out a single, tiny laugh that wanted to be a sob and settled for dying quickly.
Cool, he said.
I love this pattern. Noah, who had been a half step removed, hands walled into fists in his hoodie pocket, leaned toward the print like it might tell him a code. His face did a thing Riley didn't know how to name. Not fear, not surprise. Something like recognition with nowhere to point. He pulled back before it could settle on him. Inside, Cass said, and her voice was less a suggestion now. We wait where there are walls. They waited with the door open and someone always on the deck, because you cannot teach everybody to obey. The turbine kept time. The lake wore the same face for an hour, as if that were hard work. The ranger called back to say, we're en route, and we're at the top of the lake, and we see nothing yet, and stay put, which, said kindly enough, is a prayer. At some point, Brooke, who had turned her phone on airplane mode as if politeness could soothe the sky, returned it to the world and posted a black square that said urgent. If you know anyone near Foxglass, message me. Comments began in the way comments always begin. Are you okay, babe? Sending light. Tessa made coffee that tasted like a fight. Marco cleaned the same glass 3 times. Jay, who had taught children how to wait for fire drills to end and ice cream lines to move, taught himself how to wait for lakes to give back what they owe. Riley scrubbed through the footage on her camera. She hated and needed and hated that she needed to. Frame by frame, Ethan's face turning toward them, that honorable, stupid grin. The first hitch, the second. The rope, Jay's reach. Cass's hand hovering a foot above inevitability, the slack. She watched the water behind him, the reeds, the part where something bent wrong. She told herself the camera would tell her something the air had lied about. The camera told her this. At 9 hours 16 minutes and 52 seconds, between frames, a second bright appeared low in the reeds, not sun, not reflection. It flared, dimmed, flared once more like the breath of a paper lantern in a windless room. She froze the frame. You could say it was a trick of angle or exposure. You could say it didn't look like anything you could hold. She didn't show anyone. Not yet. Not because she wanted to keep it, but because she needed a word for it first that didn't make the room harder to stand in. Around 10:03 the ranger truck arrived, tires complaining at the last curve. The green uniform looked exactly like uniforms do, as if authority were a color you could paint on. The woman who got out had windburned cheeks and the kind of eyes that had spent their practice in bad weather. Officer Renner, she said, and shook Cass's hand like both being real mattered. She walked to the deck, took in a print without stepping on it, stared at the water as if it owed her money. Tell me, she said, and Cass did, and Jay filled in, and Noah put down a sentence like an anchor wherever the narrative wanted to drift. Renner nodded in places that meant I believe you, and in places that meant believing you isn't a tool. She radioed, then called out into the bright uselessness of the day using a voice lakes respect or don't. By noon there were 2 boats on the water, like punctuation marks, when agreed upon. A rescue inflatable with a motor that pretended not to be loud, and a skiff with a hook and a net. They combed lanes, and the sound of the motor trying not to happen tucked itself under the turbine's tick. Renner asked for anything unusual, and Riley almost said lanterns. Brooke did, because Brooke forgives reality quickly, and Renner did the face that means I don't have a box for that on my form, and wrote something anyway. At some unkind moment between noon and the afternoon deciding what it wanted. the wind changed. It came from across the lake now, from the inlet's direction, and it brought with it a smell that needed no specialist. Cold iron, algae, when it has old secrets, a rankness that was not animal and not quite water. Cass went still like a deer in a book. Jay put a hand on the back of her arm, not to pull, just to be land. The boats found nothing. The lake held its shape. Renner, a person for whom the cruel coin flip between answers and none is a job description, did her voice of requirement. You'll all stay here. You won't go out. Don't touch that print. My team will want to look. If he comes up, she ran out of sentence and started another. If anything changes, you call me and you yell. We'll be nearby. She used names when she said it. Everyone's but Ethan's. The lake did not accept names today, or perhaps it kept them the way pockets keep coins you forgot. They all said okay, like the word could stand upright. Renner left the ranger card on the mantle like a saint's picture and went back to her boat-shaped punctuation. By 3, the light was the wrong color. The day had been scraped. They drifted into rooms because you have to be in some space. Tessa lay on the rug on her back and watched the ceiling knots like constellations that refused to resolve into anything she wanted. Marco cleaned the stove. Brooke went and sat on the top stair of the deck where the print faced her and scrolled, and didn't press send on any of the things she typed. Jay wrote Ethan's name on a piece of paper, because sometimes writing is a spell, and you don't know which way it works. Cass understood that she wasn't useful and hated that like it was a person. She did the inventory of the medkit twice, as if preparedness offended Chance into backing down. Noah stood at the window. His reflection matched him perfectly now. He watched the reeds and the inlet, and his hands were quiet. Riley watched him watch, because she didn't know what else to do. Then her camera, which was off, made a little electric throat noise, the battery checking in with no one. She picked it up because being empty-handed felt like a flaw. "Hey," she said, because sound breaks glass sometimes. "You okay?" He nodded. "You." She made a SOSO hand. "I have footage. That's what I have." He waited, which was something he'd always been good at. "In the reeds," she said carefully. "When it happened, I caught some kind of flare. Probably nothing. Exposure. It looks like a lantern, like last night. Lower." He turned his head, not the rest of him. His mouth did not move. "You're sure?" "No," she said, and felt honest and mean at the same time. "But I saw it." He returned his gaze to the glass, as if the lake owed him a shape to match that idea. "We didn't bring anything home," he said. "What?" He blinked. "The clerk. The thing he said." Riley remembered the beanie and the scar like a crescent moon and the line. "Don't bring the lake home with you." It sounded like folklore until you needed it to be instruction. "Maybe the lake brought us home," she said, and regretted how easy it was to make something ugly into symmetry. He huffed a laugh that wanted to be a cough, and failed at both. "You're the camera person. You'll make it make sense." "Or I'll make it look like it does," she said. He nodded, not because he agreed, but because the nod was the end of his available vocabulary. They watched until the light got that later tone you can taste. The boats grew smaller, and the turbine kept patient time, and the day put on a face that pretends it's another day with a different name. Cass called them to eat because the body obeys the clock even if the mind won't, and they chewed because chewing is a way to not make other sounds. Tessa made a joke about chewing being haunted. Marco laughed loud enough that the room got to be less of a room for a second. At dusk, the ranger boat cut a last line across the water with authority and unwillingness and headed toward the far shore. Renner came up to the deck one more time and said, "We'll come back at first light and stay inside. And sometimes people get scared and make themselves small." And no one said Ethan wasn't people because sometimes love is petulant and wrong. After she left, the print on the deck dried to the color of the rest of the wood. It didn't vanish exactly. It turned into a difference you had to know how to see. Riley knelt by it with the camera and took stills and then recorded 2 minutes of nothing because the mic heard small things you couldn't prove. "Does anyone else hear it?" Brooke asked, hugging herself like an alibi. "The wrongness?" "What does wrongness sound like?" Jay said, "Tired and genuine." Like, like when your ear is underwater and your breath is above it, she said, and no one laughed because everyone knew exactly what she meant. They stayed on the deck longer than Cass wanted, eyes scouring water that was not scouring them back. When the dark finally put its foot down, they went inside. The door latched with the sound of plans closing. No one suggested a movie. No one moved toward games. They did not pour drinks. The fire burned down to a slow, polite thing, friendly because it couldn't be anything else. Tessa sat on the floor and let her head rest on Cass's knee, and Cass pretended she was comfort, and that pretending was easy. Marco stirred the coals because stirring is an occupation. Brooke typed and deleted and typed. Noah took the couch again and arranged the pillow as if accurate corners mattered. Riley sat on the hearth because heat was as close as she could get to purpose without inventing one. When the first light flared out on the lake, as if someone very far away were lighting a match to see a name on a wrist, no one said anything. By the time the second flared, lower and closer to the inlet, they were already standing. When the third found a place almost directly out from their dock, hotter than before, they were breathing together without deciding to. The turbine ticked. Cass, Jay whispered, because saying her name made the room more true. "We don't go out," she breathed, and the rule glowed with the faint light of a saint's picture on a mantle. Riley lifted her camera, already on, and the screen made a soft electric sound as if the active witness had a throat. Through glass, points of light are facts, not feelings. She pressed record not because recording would save anyone, but because absence without record is a second absence. The nearest light brightened, dimmed, slid a foot to the left without traveling. Noah exhaled like a person returning a borrowed breath. His mouth moved around something soundless, maybe a name, maybe a no. Down the hall, beyond the square of the doorway that led to the basement, something tapped twice in the way only things that have learned manners manage. They all turned their heads the way animals do at the exact same instant because evolution pays its bills. "Flumming," Noah said. Riley believed him, loudly, for the length of a blink. Behind glass, on the lake, the nearest lantern winked as if amused. Chapter 4, Search Patterns. By morning the lake had chosen a color that made lying look easy. The ranger skiff laid thin chalk lines across it, back and forth, as if repetition could make the surface confess. Renner's voice came over the water once in a while, flat with purpose. Somewhere behind a ridge, a chainsaw coughed like a smoker, and then remembered Sunday. Cass spread a topo map on the kitchen table and smoothed its curled edges with coffee mugs. "We're not waiting," she said, not looking up. "We make ourselves useful." "We are useful," Jay said soft, but he was already pulling on a windbreaker like obedience was a muscle. Riley filmed the table because filming maps made tasks look solvable. The topo lines tensed around the lake like fist knuckles. There were 3 marked trails: the ridge cut, the mill path, and a dotted suggestion that knew about an old logging road and believed in it out of habit. "We keep to pairs," Cass said, the cadence of her voice steadying everyone's knees. "We do not separate, not for bathrooms, not for perfect shots, not for a mysterious noise that sounds like someone we love. If we get 2 trees distance apart, we stop and close it." "Mystery noise clause speaks to me personally," Tessa said, sliding a hair tie from her wrist onto her braid like dressing a wound. Brooke wrapped a scarf twice, fumbled with a clip, and then let it go. "We're for sure doing this," she said, voice pitched to the room like a consent form. "We're doing this for 2 hours, Cass said. After that, we come back, hydrate, regroup. We do not go near the water. We start here." She tapped the map's tiny square for the cabin, then the smear of the inlet. "And we sweep clockwise. We look for clothing, disturbed brush, footprints, anything." "Footprints like yesterday," Marco said, and no one met his eyes because the print had dried into suggestion but not into nothing. He lifted his hoodie hood, then thought better, and took it back down, then up again. He contained motion like a shaken can. Noah watched from the edge of the kitchen with a quiet that made the room move around him. "I'll take ridge cut with Jay," he said. "We'll flag as we go." Cass nodded quickly, as if his volunteering checked a box she didn't want to write down. Riley and Tessa Millpath. Brooke, you're with me on the logging road. Marco, take the meadow edge with Jay. Already got Jay, Jay said, smiling once in apology to the geometry. I can do 2, but then I'll split in half. Meadow edge with Marco, Noah mended. I'll take ridge alone if. No one goes alone, Cass said, needles in the words. Noah swallowed it.
Right.
Then Jay and I will cut ridge. Marco can do the meadow with, he stopped. Names shuffled and found their pairs. It landed with Brooke and Cass, Riley and Tessa, Noah and Jay, Marco waiting for a partner he didn't like in the mirror. I'll go with Marco, Riley said, before Tessa could tag her with a grin. I need meadow light. It wasn't untrue. She could make the meadow into a story easier than the trees. She didn't look at Noah when she said it. She didn't know if that counted as an omission. Cass handed out neon flagging tape, small whistles, and the lecture that came with both. You see anything, you mark it and photograph it. If you find a person, you blow 3 short, 1 long. If you fall, you blow 5 long. Don't be brave. If you hear your name from the wrong direction. We don't follow, Tessa finished, cheerful as a knife. We cling like burrs. The turbine ticked, a moral metronome. The ranger boats scribbled new lines on the lake and found only water. They stepped into the morning, and it took them with the cold professionalism of a place that will exist after you. The meadow was more stubble than grass, a soft field of old gold with seed heads that whispered against jeans. Beyond it, the treeline looked normal and therefore suspect. The logging road started like a promise and then immediately regretted itself, shouldering into brambles. Meadow glam, Marco said, performing normalcy like a favor. He tore off a stripe of flagging tape and tied it to a dead thistle, then frowned at the ugliness of the knot and redid it better. Mark the start, sure, Riley said, fitting the camera's strap across her chest. But save some tape. I want enough to hang a birthday party for all our future safe versions. He laughed once, grateful to be handed a line. 30 meters apart? Or do you want to make out with me while we look for clues? 10 meters, Riley said, smiling without heat. And you wish. They moved through the meadow in a slow comb. Marco sliding to the right in a constant side eye to the trees, Riley keeping close to the cabin's sightline. The grass hissed the way crowds do when a free throw hangs on the rim. The ground was sponged. Yesterday's rain sunk but present. Each step pulled a little hello from roots. Talk to me, Riley said, because silent searching turns into thinking, and too much thinking had sharp edges today. Tell me about your worst gig. Marco obliged immediately.
Bon wedding.
Bride wanted EDM. Groom's grandma wanted hymns. The goats wanted my chords. The priest unplugged me during Mr. Brightside, and I was released from my body. Riley laughed, recorded him, recorded the sound of dry seeds against denim, recorded the white breath that insisted on itself. She panned to the treeline and the shapes inside it. Her camera appreciated the geometry. Vertical, 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 then a fallen log making one loud horizontal. Beyond, the forest was 1,000 small rooms in bad lighting. Flag, Marco called, pointing to a snag scrap of white on a low hawthorn branch. Riley walked toward it, cautious. It was tissue, wind-tired, the kind that follows shoes for blocks and tells fortunes you don't want. She filmed anyway because false positives need to be part of the record. Their whistles hung against their chests, light and ready. The color tags flared at intervals like someone teaching the air how to be useful. Jay's whistle peeped once in the near distance, just to check a hey. Cass answered with 2. Tessa's wolf hull whoop came from farther off. Brooke shushed it out of reflex and then laughed at herself. Anything? Riley asked into the walkie Renner had left. She tried to keep the mic from catching her breath like a confession. Just a dear bed, Jay said. And a beer can that wants to be older than it is. Logging Road is 90% apology, Cass reported, but no sign. Mill Path has a lot of mill and not a lot of path, Tessa chimed. We found a shoe. It's tiny and pink and not helpful. Keep your heads, Renner said, calm and wired. If you see fresh disturbance, mark it close and wide. Riley and Marco reached the far edge of the meadow where the ground pitched toward a gully. A trickle of a creek ran there, talking to itself. Someone had built an old crossing long ago. 2 rounds of pine laid side by side, held with rust-stunned spikes. Riley filmed the spikes. They looked like teeth. Let's flag the crossing and head back, Riley said. She wanted to pretend that arriving meant finishing. Hold, Marco said, staring down into the gully's brush. Do you see that? Riley crouched. On a snarl of bracken, caught like laundry, a strip of gray-blue fabric worried itself in the minor breeze. She eased down the slope, boots angling, mindful of each treacherous rot-slick branch. Her hand landed on a stone cold enough to surprise her. The fabric unrolled itself when she freed it. Sweatshirt material, medium weight, torn ragged, one edge with a chewed seam. Marco slid after her, palms out like a surfer. Color match, he asked, light and not. Ethan had been wearing a navy hoodie yesterday morning. Jay had loaned him that stupid beanie with the bison. The color in her hand was wrong enough to save breath. Marco, she said, letting him hear the no. It's lighter, and it smells like laundry. He inhaled it because people do. Tied. Mark it and bag it anyway, she said. Renner will want the dignity of process. Marco tied a flare of tape on the bracken crown. Riley pulled a zip top from her pack, slid the scrap inside, sealed it like a spell. They climbed back up, legs singing with micro-shakes. On the rim, Marco stopped. Hold, he said again, different. He tilted his chin toward a fir just inside the treeline. 10 feet up, a small tuft of darker cloth snagged high in its chipped skirt of branches, a flag where only tall things wave. Raccoon couture? Riley tried. Or tall human panic, Marco said, voice drier than the needles. Or he didn't finish. The cloth could have blown, of course it could have blown. But wind is a thesis. This was a conclusion without its body. They stared at it long enough to get good at staring at it. Can we reach? Riley asked. Not without climbing, Marco said, eyeing the trunk, the staggered broken limbs like a ladder enthusiastic about tetanus. He bounced once on the balls of his feet, like a man waking up an old trick. I can. No, she said, a reflex. I can, he insisted, brighter. I still have American Ninja Warrior trauma to cure. She put a hand on his sleeve. We have tape and a radio. We mark and report. He looked at her hand, then at her, then up at the ridiculous tuft. It was small, absurd to give it a seam. All the same, the tree felt like a set piece someone had placed for them. The scrap fluttered once, as if agreeing. Fine, he said, and his shoulders performed surrender without the interior part. He tied tape at the base, 3 loud strands that turned the tree into a pinned specimen, adding a little extra, in case someone wants to ignore me later. They worked back toward the cabin, widening their comb, heads down and 2 up. At the far end of the meadow, the ground got earnest under the topsoil. Old root stump, hidden holes, glassy stones thick with lichen that pretended to be moss and weren't. Marco went ahead 2 steps to pivot and tell her a joke about a bartender and a bear and a chainsaw, and his foot sank into a tangle of last year's blackberry cane. He swore, yanked, laughed, because laughing is the handle you grab next. Riley turned to film the exact gracelessness of his recovery, and that was when the noise arrived, a voice-sized snap in the trees to their right. They froze. The meadow's whispering caught its breath. Jay! Marco called, hopeful stupid. Noah? You coming to mock my grace? No answer. The snap happened again, 2 trees deeper. Not an animal skitter. Not bird. Not wind. The sound of weight where weight shouldn't be. Riley's camera focused on a nothing and told her it was something by making the nothing sharp. Hey, she tried, doing the collar grab a voice does when it wants its echo to come home. Officer Renner? Tess's whoop arrived from the wrong direction entirely, far and jagged, then something like Jay's whistle, quick, too short, and then Renner's radio voice reminding everyone to make habits out of rules. Stay put a second, Riley whispered. Let me. She started to raise the camera to eye level, then felt how much she didn't want to look like prey with a tool. Let me, Marco said, and take it like a charm. He lobbed a bright word. Hello. He waited. We're super friendly and not fun to kidnap. Silence. The fur with the rag offered nothing. The meadow looked like a meadow, which is to say like an apology. The third snap came not deeper but sideways, and closer than sound remembers it should be. Riley flinched. Marco stepped instinctively in front of her because performance can be devotion. His arm brushed the camera, and the camera swung down on its strap and hit Riley's sternum too hard, and the jolt made her eyes water with simple, stupid pain. Okay, Marco said, and laughed a little on purpose. Okay, we're not doing this. We're walking back to the ribbon tree, and then we're calling Cass, and then we're... The fourth snap was a single footfall, off to the left, at the exact distance that your peripheral decides is not subject to your laws. Riley spun toward it, the camera swinging again. In the pendulum's crest, she caught a smear of denim and the ghostier of a hoodie shape and the pale oval of a face that resolved into the inside of a dead birch where bark had peeled. When the camera swung back, the distance was empty of its idea.
Marco, she said. She didn't know what else to say.
He was already reaching for the whistle, raising it, and then, because we are animals and training is a rumor, he didn't blow it. He cupped his hands and did a perfect imitation of Jay's voice. Ho, over here. Don't, she began, too late. The forest can be generous. It gave them a reply. An exact copy of Jay's call returned from their right. The wrong distance away, the wrong layer, yes, the tone precisely right, but the throat not. Marco went pale like flare smoke. Nope, he said, and the syllable transformed the air. Nope. Blow it, Riley said, and he nodded, and put the whistle to his mouth and blew 3 short so hard his face went blotched. Cass's distant reply came a breath later, then Renner's heavy radio noise, then Tessa hollering inappropriate encouragement from a place physics did not consent to. They stepped backward together the way dancers learn. You pretend choreography is survival or vice versa. The fur with the cloth was a landmark so bright it could be a god. They kept it at 2 o'clock. The sound did not pursue. The sound did not retreat. The sound existed like a bad plan waiting its turn. The needle carpet took them uneven, made them put their feet where they didn't want to, slowed them into grace. The ribbon tree arrived like a door. Okay, Marco said, to the tree, to the world. He blew the whistle again, 3, then 1 long. Renner's radio voice snapped crisp now. Hold position. Who whistled? Marco. Riley said into the walkie. Meadow edge, ribboned for north of the creek. She heard how her voice shook and tried to laugh it straight. The laugh proposed, and the mouth declined.
Hold, Renner said.
We're coming to you. Cass, cutting across scrub somewhere, came on mic breathless and controlled. Riley? You good. Fine. Riley lied, and decided to promote it to truth. Just not a fan of echoes. Stay, Cass said, which was both strategy and prayer. They stayed. Marco did a sideways shuffle in place that belonged to people confronting long lines. Riley dared the camera to her eye and filmed the fur, the cloth, the place the snap might be. The viewfinder showed her a different story. Static, small drifts of seed with their tiny parachutes, a spider tethering one idea to another and not bragging. Then, in the viewfinder's left edge, something blinked, a blink not of light but of absence, like a cut in footage. She swung the camera too fast and caught only meadow and the shape ideas make when they leave. Did you? She started. Marco wasn't where he had been. She turned halfway, 3/4 fully, and the second it took became a year. He was 3 strides away, in the treeline, not deeper but too far already, half turned as if he'd gone to pick up something she hadn't seen him drop. His head moved like he was listening to a voice with a good argument. Marco, she said, and it was a plea and a scold and a spell broken. He looked back at her, eyes wide and clear, like a kid being called in from the last light. He opened his mouth to say what, and then corrected to wait, and then the ground under his left foot wasn't ground. It was a thing pretending, and he dropped out of frame as neatly as a coin being palmed. Riley's body moved before language. She lunged, caught the last edge of his sleeve, and weight yanked her forward so hard her shoulders shrieked with something bright. The earth there wasn't a burrow so much as a yield, a lid with bad hinges. She landed on her chest and jutted her arms down into the dark and met Marco's forearms as he scrambled and swore. "Got you," she said, and it felt like a lie, so she said it again, training it into truth. "Got you." "Cool," he said, voice very small. Cool, there's a... He didn't give the noun, and she didn't ask. She flattened, dug her boots in, made a lever of herself. Push up. On 3. 1. He pushed on 1 because panic eats counting. He came up an inch and slid 2, and in that slide, he made a sound that would not leave the room when the room was gone. Riley hauled. Bones said nothing. Rope and muscles did all the talking. "Whistle," she gasped, and he found it with his teeth and blew one long that sounded like a gull dying. "Again," she said, and he did it. Something in the hole made a sound like cloth tearing very slowly. She had one hand on sleeve and one on skin now, the smooth cold of his wrist under the cuff. He heaved, she anchored, and they got another inch, then another. The hole had the geometry of a trap, not a sink. Its edges were false conscience. His knee hit something supportive, then slid, then found it again. He was coming, and then, "Riley," he said, quiet, almost delighted. The sentence didn't know how to be born. His face changed in the space of a blink the way weather does when you're in a valley and a cloud decides to be mountain. He looked at her like she was a memory he'd taken for granted and just remembered to miss. "Hey," he said, and the word was so normal she almost laughed. And then his weight went light like a person being lifted by a prank. "Marco?" Her voice tore itself on his name. Hands, no, not hands, no. Pulled at him from below the way water had pulled at Ethan, but without any water, with dirt doing the part of lake, with roots. The sound of it was wet without being wet, the wrong biology. He went down an inch he couldn't get back. She slid with him, then caught, then screamed for help because screaming was a tool she also owned. Jay answered with a shout from too far. Renner's hold position came again because that's what radios say when radios are outgunned. Riley clenched, lifted, knew she did not have an ounce left that she hadn't borrowed from morning already, and then something else in the hole decided to yawn. "Let go," Marco said, breath and joke, the bravest and stupidest instruction on earth. "If you go in after me, that's just math." "Shut up," she said, which could mean anything. Shut up and climb. He did because we obey the people holding us, and he gained a hand's width on her anchor, and he gave it back because the angle didn't like their plan. He laughed, soundless. He said, "Riley," and her name was as clean as a bell ringing in a high, cold place, and the rope it dragged pulled a little more of him into the wrong room. A branch snapped behind her. Heavy footfalls. "Don't you let go," Cass said, like anyone had suggested it. Jay threw himself to his belly without preface. Noah came hard behind him, face blanched down to a hard idea. "Count," Jay said. "On 3. 1, 2. They hauled in a human chord, and the hole answered with a refusal that had learned from other refusals. Marco rose half his ribcage, arm making an angle a shoulder doesn't love, an ugly suction noise happening to the part of him they couldn't see. He came, and then physics made a small, new decision. Noah shifted to get his weight lower, reached past Riley's hands, not for Marco's arms, but for the back of Marco's neck. For a second it looked like leverage, for a second it looked like kindness, for a second it was everything you do to help someone out of a swimming pool. Then Noah's fingers tightened and pressed down. It happened in a slice thinner than a blink. Riley felt the change in force more than she saw it. The way the balance went against her. The way Marco's shoulder suddenly slipped in her grip as if he'd been greased with something that wasn't on his skin a second ago. Jay swore in a register he didn't use in any classroom. Cass's mouth opened. Noah's face had no function registered at all. It was the kind of face people wear when they're emptying the dishwasher. "Stop," Riley shouted, and the word didn't point at a person. It fell into the hole like anything else would. She yanked, countered, brought her cheek an inch from the dirt, and bit back the dark. Noah's hand loosened so fast it might never have been there. Marco rose a breath, and then the ground made a sound like fabric becomes ash.
He went.
Not a drop, not a gulp. A lowering, an insistence carried out by a polite machine. Riley's knuckles scraped the earth, so hard skin turned into a plan for later. The empty sleeve came away in her fist. The whistle fell with the specific stupidity of small metal into depth. The hole sighed a little, as if a room had gotten exactly the occupant it had ordered. Silence practiced itself for a second.
Marco.
Jay screamed into the place where names burn and don't give light. He threw the upper half of his torso into the hole and got back air and a smell like old pennies and wet cellar and the brief high scent of fresh fern ripped and remembering being alive. Rope, Cass said, but the rope was at the cabin and Renner was on the water, and physics doesn't wait for forms to be filled. Noah stood back on his heels, hands hanging, mouth slightly open like a person about to sneeze and forgetting how. Riley rolled onto her side, coughed a sound that hurt like crying and wasn't, and cradled the torn sleeve like the thing would change its mind if warmed. She looked up, and the first thing her eyes found was Noah's face. He looked startled. Not horrified, not wild. Surprised in the small way a person is when the toast pops. Then, as if being watched were a switch, his face learned grief like a language he'd always been good at. He put a hand over his mouth. He whispered, "No," very softly, the way people do when they're talking to the part of their brain that wakes up slow. "Back," Cass said, professional seeping out of her skin, even as it cracked. "We flag. We don't widen the edge. We call Renner and we..." Riley rocked to her knees and tried to inhale the way you teach kids to blow out candles. The camera lay in the duff on its strap. Lens had packed with dirt like someone had potted a plant there. She had not filmed Noah's hand. She had not filmed her own. She had filmed a fur and a rag and a field pretending nothing happens in it. Her body decided to shake like it had taken the demand on credit. Renner arrived, making the ground talk. Boots, authority. She took in the hole the way you'd take in a fire. Warily, with old respect. "Don't crowd the lip," she ordered. Voice clipped down. Everybody back too. They obeyed. She lay down on her stomach with zero drama and slid her face to the edge and looked into the dark. Like she expected it to have a suggestion box, she said, "Hello down there," and listened. Then she reached for the coil of paracord at her belt and tied a figure eight with slow hands. "Who goes light and hates themselves?" she asked, and Jay put his hand up before he realized the joke. "We shouldn't," Cass began. "We aren't," Renner said. "Not without anchor, not without eyes." She stood, radioed, said words like rescue, unstable, cave-in risk, auxiliary, the syntax people invent to not have to write hole that eats. She had them tie flagging tape in a circle the way you tie ribbon around an unwelcome gift. She set a cone of bright plastic that came from nowhere. Maybe she had it in the Ranger truck for days like this. "Step 1, she said, is that we don't let this happen again in exactly the same way. Step 2 is I radio for a man with a ground-penetrating radar and a disposition that can tolerate weird." "Step 1.5, Tessa said, arriving with a face that looked older. "Is anyone going to tell me I didn't hear Jay's voice from the wrong direction, or should we save all our lives for dessert?" Renner did not blink. "Repeat that." Tessa did, less flamboyantly. Renner nodded like a past event had just gotten a subtitle. She did not write it down. "Some things you note with your eyes." They withdrew in stages because human minds don't like abrupt exits after loss. Riley let Jay put a hand behind her elbow and didn't tell him she might fall if he let go. Cass walked with her hand on Tessa's back, like the push of a small kindness could prop up vertebrae. Noah came last, slow, arms at his sides, palms open as if to show he had not stolen anything. When they reached the meadow proper, the wind that had not moved all morning tried a little shift and thought better of it. Back at the cabin, Renner made calls with the patience of a person shouting into a well, and then knowing the well would answer when it liked. She arranged them all at the table like kids after recess. Tessa fetched water because trained kindness is a reflex. Brooke took inventory of bruises with eyes first, then fingers if permitted. Jay made a list of what went wrong in case a list could argue the past into amendment. Riley sat with the torn sleeve on the map. It wasn't Marco's. It was a lie. It smelled like Tide and the suggestion of someone else's house. It was an object that wanted a different chapter. Tell me exactly again, Renner said, level. Words like left, right, up, down. Use hand signals if you need to. Riley did. She tried to keep adjectives out. She failed. She told the story of a field and a sound and a hole misbehaving and hands and rope that arrived too late and a human weight that changed character in her grip. She did not say the thing her shoulder remembered, Noah's sudden counterforce, because her mouth couldn't find a way to make it truth without ruining something she wasn't ready to ruin. Maybe she was wrong. Maybe she was a camera pointed at the wrong place. Maybe she would say it later. The soft of her throat throbbed like an animal wants out. Renner listened with patient, precise eyes. She never said impossible, and Riley was grateful in a secret way. After, Renner stood and looked at all of them as if they were evidence, not suspects. We're done searching on our own, she said. You're going to stay in this building, you're going to drink water, you're going to not wander, and you're going to answer your phones when I call. Do you understand me? Yes, Cass said for all of them, voice steady enough to hold water. Renner's mouth softened. Human seeped back into her official edges. We'll keep looking. She meant we like a team, not like a lake. She pointed at the basement door as if remembering a different problem. What's down there? Mostly smell, Tessa said low. Renner's eyes traveled to the cheap latch. We'll take a look later, she said. After I have more bodies and better light. Please don't say bodies, Jay murmured, and Renner, to her credit, said, sorry, and did not smile. The ranger left to meet a second unit. The turbine ticked. The room exhaled like it had been warned. Cass made food in a way that turned making into purpose.
Brooke chopped.
Tessa set places and straightened the same fork twice. Jay, who should have been the one to say grace if they were the kind of people who did that, filled glasses instead. Noah collected the bottle caps that had scattered on the mantel the first night and lined them in a perfect row, then messed them up, then lined them again. His hands shook only when he held nothing. Riley excused herself, went to the small bathroom with a silvering mirror, shut the door, and put both hands on the sink. The porcelain was cold enough to talk her into a slower breath. In the mirror, 3 versions of her looked back. One too bright, one too faded, one that matched. She replayed the moment with Noah. She did not want to.
She did.
His hand, the angle, the pressure, the microsecond of increase just when she needed decrease. The way his face had been after, smooth as a room without furniture, then furnished with grief, like a set dresser with taste. Don't do this, she told herself, because people deserve the grace of not being monsters for as long as we can afford it. She splashed water on her face, and its temperature felt like a small, honest thing. When she opened the door, Noah stood in the hall as if he had been waiting to be chosen by it. Hey, he said, voice quiet, the texture of apologies he hadn't crafted yet. Are you? I'm not, she said, and surprised herself by smiling. But you can ask me again tomorrow. He smiled back, small. Then your shoulder, he said. You hurt it. She rolled it and regretted the decision. It'll be colorful. Do you want? He lifted a hand, not to touch, just to place the idea of a touch nearby. I'm okay, she said, and realized it was the first true thing she'd said in hours. We're okay. He nodded. The pause after the nod stretched. He was about to say something else when the power hiccuped and the hallway dimmed and brightened in one soft gasp. The clock in the bedroom down the hall reset itself, faithful in its stupidity. The turbine kept its metronome outside. From the basement door came a single, polite knock. They both turned their heads at exactly the same time. Through the cheap wood, the sound had traveled efficiently. No echo, no rattle. It landed in their bodies like a teacher calling roll. Noah breathed out. Plumbing, he said again, and flinched at the thinness of it. Renner said later. Riley murmured. Later is a word. He nodded, looked at the door like a person looks at a photo of themselves when they're tired, and then met her eyes. For one small second, No longer than the flit of a moth against a pane. Something else sat behind his. Not a look, a lack. A room, again, with furniture rearranged.
It left.
Maybe it had never been. They went back to the table together. Cass was describing the plan for not sleeping like it was a relay. 2 up, 2 down. We rotate. We keep the door locked. We keep the radio on. Like a hospital overnight, Jay said, and when Cass didn't contradict the metaphor, Jay's face found a place to be. They ate the stew Brooke had helped not burn, and it tasted like doing something. They drank water, like medicine. Tessa told 2 jokes too blue, and got away with it. Marco's empty chair did not scrape or speak. The sun fell behind the ridge and handed the world to the windless, waiting dark. Outside, the first lantern found the lake as if it were responding to a page. A second answered from the inlet, lower. A third stationed itself at the dock's invisible end. Riley did not film immediately. She held Noah's gaze 1 count, then 2. He did not move. He did not look away. His face was a person's face. Then she picked up the camera and went to the window because witness is the only spell she knew that didn't require a god. Chapter 5, Basement Air. They did the rotation like Cass said. 2 up, 2 down. It sounded adult and therefore safe. At 10, Tessa and Jay took the first watch. Jay at the window with a Ranger radio on the sill, Tessa at the fireplace prodding coals into conversation. Riley and Brooke lay dressed on top of blankets in the back bedroom, boots under the edge of the bed the way people do before tornadoes. Noah took the couch again, claiming he'd doze and wake easy. Cass stretched on the other bedroom's floor with her hoodie rolled as a pillow and her phone bright for exactly 1 minute before she made herself put its screen down. Riley did not sleep. She rehearsed it. The wall at her shoulder breathed the cold and slow, damp syllables. Brooke scrolled with the hateful, reverent care of someone counting rosary beads that keep changing numbers. People keep asking if this is a bit, she whispered, brittle. Like I can sell trauma, but make it cozy. Mute them, Riley said. You don't owe the internet your nerves. I owe it the algorithm, Brooke said faintly. She locked the phone, then set it face down on the floor, as if that could starve it. From the living room, Tessa's voice. Jaybird?
Tell me a happy thing.
Not a lesson. A thing. Jay, soft. In 2nd grade, a kid ate an entire purple crayon and then cried because his tongue was a bruise color, and I told him sometimes we walk around with our feelings visible, and it's okay. Crayons are non-toxic, right? We decided yes. The Ranger radio hissed and cleared its throat, then delivered Renner's voice in a careful monotone. Unit 2 sweeping North Cove. Negative. Repeat, negative. Copy, Jay said with his teacher cadence, like the radio needed reassuring. At 10:41 the power blinked and came back, and the clock on the mantel learned 12 o'clock again like a child repeating vocab. The turbine ticked outside, as if it had never once failed at anything. At 11:09 the lake lit 1 lantern and held it low, like an apology. No one went to the porch. No one narrated. They watched the window the way people watch oceans from inside planes, trusting physics because there's not a second system. Riley's eyes finally sealed and unsealed, as if they were learning a dance. In that thin seam where dreams try to barter with facts, she found Marco's sleeve at her hand again, and the weight-changing character, and Noah's fingers on the nape, and her shoulder lighting up like a match, and she opened her eyes because sometimes waking is kinder. Hey, Brooke whispered in the dark. If there was a movie of this, would you hate it for getting things wrong? Riley thought. I'd hate it for telling the truth in a way that made it feel small. Brooke nodded like Riley had just handed her a new bottle of air. Same. At midnight, Chris Renner's voice again, closer now. We'll hold at the marina till 4. Call if you see surface activity within 100 yards of shoreline. Surface activity, Tessa said, savoring the phrase. Sounds like acne. That is not the metaphor, Jay said, and they were both grateful for the stupid weight of the joke. At 12:22, the knock came. Not from the basement door. From under the center of the living room, as if the foundation had learned knuckles. 3 taps, the third soft, the kind of punctuation that suggests the sentence expects an answer. Riley and Brooke were on their feet before their bodies knew. The hallway felt like a seam someone could rip. Cass stepped out silently, hair like a question mark, the med kit already in her hand for no reason but habit. Noah pushed off the couch with palms and then froze halfway up, as if sudden motion might call whatever was closer. Jay stood very still at the window, then moved, slow, until he stood on the rug that lived over the house's spine. He crouched, put his palm flat, and closed his eyes. Tessa held the poker like a conductor's baton lowered for a finale. Please tell me that is like a Vols union knocking to sell us magazines. Jay's eyes stayed shut. He wasn't praying. He was listening through a floor that had decided to keep secrets. His voice, when it came, was almost apologetic. It's not pipes. Thank you, Empirical J, Tessa said, whisper whining. Do we tip for honesty? The knock again, same three, the third a polite diminutive. Cass, whose face had learned not to report on itself tonight, looked at the basement door as if it had been speaking English all along. The cheap latch hung slightly off true. One screw had unseated a fraction, a pucker in the paint like a wound healing wrong. We keep it closed, she said. That was the rule. Noah nodded, swallowed. We keep it closed. Riley's camera lay within reach on the end table like a compliant animal. She didn't pick it up. For once she wanted her hands empty. Renner, Jay said, snagging the radio. You near? The radio gave back noise pretending to be speech. Then, copy. We're at the marina. Do not engage with crackle. Do not open any substructures. That foundation might be pre-code. Pre-code like wrong, Tessa translated. Or pre-code like hungry. Brooke's phone vibrated on the floor where she'd set it face down, a private summons no one owed. She flinched, then turned it over. A DM from an account she didn't follow, no mutuals, no posts. D0CKCM. The preview showed only a thumbnail, night. A sill of wood. A smear of reflection. She drew breath to say spam, and then her face changed. What? Cass said, catching the noise like a glass. Brooke swallowed twice. It's a video. Of our doc. She looked from face to face, seeking permission that wasn't hers to require. From outside. From the lake. Show me, Jay said, voice doing the complicated kindness of not adding only if you want. She held the phone up. The video opened to static and then resolved into the crooked line of their boards, the lake breathing in lentils of black. Then a frame judder as something, set the camera down. The angle was low, a shin's height, peering up toward the house. In the corner, a foot.
Body.
Long second toe. The skin not pale, not tanned. Wrong. A tone with the saturation turned down. The video's sound was windless. Not silent. The phone mic drank small noises. The turbine ticking like a mechanical cricket. The slow rot of water. A breath now and then. Too regular to be accident. The house glowed warm in rectangle windows. Inside, 7 shapes moved like paper cutouts. One shape, Noah on the couch, looked toward the window. The person filming made no retreat. The lens did what lenses do when they meet light and dark. It learned and forgot exposure with tiny clicks. Timestamp. Cass asked in a voice that had learned to hold its jaw. Brooke hovered a thumb over the corner where the metadata lived, as if it might bite. 11:58. Who sent it? Jay asked. Look at the profile. She tapped. The account page was nothing, no posts, no followers, no following. The bio field held one word. Listen. Block it, Cass said. It wasn't about safety, and everyone knew that. It was about rules and what they do to your spine when the world flexes. Brooke took a breath and did. The video remained in her DMs like a fossil that still radiates heat. Tessa padded to the basement door and laid the side of her head against it the way you listen for trains. Everyone went statue. Her braid brushed the plywood and made a noise like grass learning secrets. She drew back an inch, turned and said, small, "There's someone down there." Animal, Jay tried. No, Tessa's eyes refused. Someone. Language has stabbed us before. Cass said, more to herself than anyone. Renner said later. Later. She rubbed the heel of her hand against her sternum once, like a skipped beat, and the wish to jog it true. We are not going to open a door that has nothing on the other side we want. The knock again, 3, like a patient neighbor who knows the timing of your favorite show. Noah sat again, carefully, as if weight itself might broadcast more noise through the bones of the house. His hands, on his knees, were colorless in the living room light. I could stay there, he said, nodding at the door, and just talk. If there's someone, keep them from feeling alone. Cass's mouth softened toward him. Brooke shot him a look like gratitude on a leash. Jay beat them both to words. That is very you. But, he added, for once not soft. No. Copy, Noah said, obedient as the clock when the power comes back. He folded his hands, then unfolded them, then looked at Riley. She held his gaze and found, with a kind of exhausted relief, that it held back. They made a deal with themselves and with the dark. If the knock happened again in a way that included words, they would call Renner and let her be the one to tell them not to open the door. If it happened again without words, they would not answer. They made tea because tea allows you to have hands that do something. Tessa put the poker down like she was quitting smoking. Midnight receded. 1 arrived. The lanterns on the lake moved in their wrong way, not crossing, not bobbing, appearing in neighboring coordinates like coordinates were a polite suggestion. In the glass, the room breathed with them, a reversed aquarium. At 1:12, the knock came as a voice. They were not prepared for how unadorned it would be. No special effects.
No ghost barble.
One single syllable you know very well. Jay. Cass closed her eyes. Tessa said a word she did not use in front of kids. Brooke made that little squeak she made when videos dropped frames. The voice was Ethan's. It had his world-warmed vowel. It had the hitch of his breath after a run. It had the tiny smile that lived in his sound like he always said hello to a lake he loved. Jay did not move first. He blinked twice, then set the radio carefully on the sill as if he might need his hands open. The voice came again, softer, closer, like someone at the bottom of a staircase afraid of waking you.
Jay.
It's cold. Riley's arms pebbled in that stupid, honest way skin has. She looked at Noah, whose face had canceled all punctuation. Cass spoke, and her voice wasn't a voice you use with patience, but the one you use with loved people who stand on roofs.
Jay.
Look at me. He did. He was plainly breaking in 2 different directions, and the thing that stitched the break was kindergarten teacher professionalism. I know, he said, and his smile, of all crimes, tried to be sweet. But what if? We don't open, Cass said. We call Renner. We talk. That's it. The basement door breathed one long, damp draft across their shins. It smelled like iron, like the old coins in the pocket of your grandfather's jacket after the funeral. The latch pulled a millimeter against the frame and settled back. Jay, the floor said, as if the house had learned a voice and it had learned his first. He took 1 step and didn't look like a person anymore. He looked like the idea people make when they draw a person with chalk. Tessa put a hand on his bicep and he did not shake it off. He vibrated around it with the polite energy of a fire drill. We don't open, she repeated, like the chorus keeps the song true. Let me say something, Jay whispered. He aimed at the seam where door met jam.
Ethan.
If that's you, I hear you. We're here. We're not, he swallowed hard. We're not leaving. Silence crawled up from the hole and sat with them. The turbine ticked precisely. The tea went cold together. Jay, the voice tried again, and this time it wasn't quite right. The vowel at the end of his name went thin, like a balloon losing interest.
Come.
Renner, Cass said into the radio. The syllables clipped to even planks. We have a mimic. Basement voice. Sounds like our missing. We are not opening. We're requesting you here.
Now.
Renner, do not engage. Stay away from the door. The breathing at the threshold thickened, then receded, then bothered around the edges like a draft searching for its season. Jay stepped back 3 inches, more bravery than any heroics, and nodded at no one and everyone. They held. They drank cold tea because it was something to do with mouths. Tessa told a wrong story about a bar fight that turned out to be a flash mob. Brooke tried very hard not to cry like Instagram. Cass rested a hand on Jay's back, and when he leaned into it, the pressure changed from I am falling to I am here. Noah sat like a night shift saint and did not blink much. By 2, Riley's body forgot it's here and there and learned only wait. She let the camera rest on her knees, and the lens had leaned into the soft of her thigh, as if the camera wanted to be human too. By 2:17, the same minute from last night that the clock learned because the grid flickered, the radio eked awake without being touched. A different voice than Renner's, male, younger, trying to treat a channel like it was a friend. Dispatch to Renner, copy.
Renner answert fast.
Go. Report of a disturbance on Foxglass Trailhead. Vehicle alarm won't shut. Owner thinks someone's in the tree line throwing rocks. Renner again. We're 10 out. The channel clicked. The drift of voices left them. The house reasserted its thesis. You're small. Jay's face changed. Everything changed with it. He went from human to negative image. He turned his head hard to the left, toward the dark of the picture window, toward what a person on the far shore might look like if a candle's flame tried to be a face. He smiled first. Then he said, softly, almost to himself, he's outside. And before Cass could say no, and before Riley could stand, he was moving. Not fast, but with the irrevocable efficiency of a person meeting a train on the platform. Jay, Cass said, too late and too quiet. She dropped the radio. He took the deadbolt with a respect that read like a goodbye and slid it, caught the handle, opened the door a careful hand's width, the cold doing what cold does to a warm room. Ethan, he called, and he didn't get to say anything else because the wind that wasn't wind put a hand on the door and flung it like an animal barging. The porch was a frame of silver cold. The world outside had the grain of old film. Jay gave up half a step, then caught the edge of the door with his shoulder the way men do, and regained purchase. Whoa, he said, and then he looked to the left with a joy so naked it felt like a burglary. Hey, he said, and leaned. Riley saw nothing there. No shape. No man. The lantern at the dock was out. The inlet showed its teeth of reeds. The deck boards remembered a footprint and kept it to themselves. Jay, Cass was saying, don't. And then Tessa had both hands in the back of his shirt, and he had the frame, and Cass had his arm, and then he was a body halfway in and halfway out of the story. And in that exact frame, something happened in the air. If you've ever been behind a bus when it pulls from the curb, you know wind that is not weather. Air with the direction like command. This had that. The opposite of suction. A slap pulling long toward the left where the deck light did not reach. Jay's body tried to argue with physics and found it brief. He was a wooden toy in a tide. Cass lost him at the wrist. Tessa got the back of his shirt and cloth said no thank you. Jay's shoe left a rubber skid on the threshold like an autograph, and the air edited him sideways and gone. The door hit the jamb with a slap that was too normal. The room remembered all its sounds. Cass was on the board saying no the way you say no when a sentence amputates itself. Tessa was on her knees with both palms butterflied to splinters. Brooke made that closed mouth cry that wrecks all the good makeup. Noah stood stock still with both hands out in front of him like an ump calling a late runner safe. Absurd. Ceremonial. Helpless. Riley ran outside and stopped the second her boots hit where footprints become rules. The left-hand side of the deck, where Jay had tilted, was empty of everything but air. No scuff. No dent. No gesture from physics pretending to be narrative. The lake held still, flat as a jury. The turbine ticked the way it does when it visits your dreams. Jay! Tessa screamed, not for help. It was the sound you make to signal to every version of you that the floor plan has changed. Renner's radio yammered a question from the floor. Cass didn't pick it up because she was holding her own arm with the other hand, as if something inside it had gone wrong and could be talked to. Tessa scrambled up and lunged left along the deck rail. Brooke, God bless her, caught the back of Tessa's hoodie and anchored, and didn't apologize for saving a life exactly the way Tessa had almost saved one. Riley looked down, mind splitting its math. He didn't fall. He moved sideways. She scanned the rail for snags, for the untrue thing. She saw one thread on a nail and put it into her inventory because habits still eat. Noah said to nobody, "Where?" He leaned, studied emptiness as if it had a seam. "Inside," Cass said, righting herself by arguing with the boards. "Inside now." They obeyed, not because the house had earned obedience, but because open air had become a trickster. Brooke slammed the door because softness had not been working. Tessa banged her palms against her hips until the sting told her she could still feel. Riley turned the deadbolt, and it made a noise like a promise that felt small. The radio chirped insultingly. "Renner, status." Cass picked up, breathed twice short, and made her voice do its job. "One more missing."
Jay.
"Taken off the deck by a wind. I don't have words for it. We need you now." "On my way," Renner said, and did not ask any questions, because trust is an emergency tool. They didn't move for a full minute because everything had to catch up. The lantern at the end of the dock flicked once in a rhythm you could teach. Tessa made a little sound like a kettle just thinking about boiling, and then stopped because she remembered there were children in her classroom in the memories of her body that should not hear that sound. When the minute had been counted by all their hearts, they started talking, and the talking kept them oxygenated. What you saw, what you didn't, what looked like a thing, and what was. Riley replayed the doorway in her mind, and found no seam to pick. Broke it into frames, and still only had the memory of air learning a hand. Noah went to the sink and filled a glass and held it long enough for his palm to sweat condensation, then took one careful sip. His hands looked calmer when they were servants. He set the glass down, and it made a small, good sound on wood. "Riley," he said, and his voice was all the gentle he'd ever been. "You okay?" "No," she said, but she said it like a joke because she didn't know what she would do if she said it like a fact. Brooke sank into the corner of the couch and tucked her knees up with a discipline that made her look 9. "I hate this," she announced for the room. "This is mean. This is not even gothic, it's just mean." Tessa wiped her eyes with the heel of her hand, furious at the wet. "Gothic is mean," she said, but gently. "Then, of course it's Jay. He's the one who teaches us to line up and breathe." Cass bent and pressed her forehead to the cool of the mantle for one count, like a person taking a penance on purpose. When she straightened, she found new posture. "We bunch up. Everyone has a buddy in arm's length. No one opens anything. We will use the bathroom with the door open like roommates in hell." She looked at each of them until they nodded. They bunched. Riley sat on the hearth. Cass claimed the chair with line of sight to door and hall. Tessa perched on the arm of the couch like a gargoyle who cares. Brooke hid her face in a blanket and then beat the blanket into an acceptable narrative on her lap. Noah took his now familiar couch corner, a statue set to watch. Renner arrived in a salt of cold air and competence at 2:43 with a second ranger and a rope team because she had discovered the hole at the meadow did not intend to back down. She took in the deck, the clean lack of Jay, the door frame with its trivial scuff, and said a word with her mouth closed. She did the practical things first. Count heads, check for bleeding, write the time. She did not ask them to tell her again what the wind did. She would let them not know. "Basement," she said, looking at the cheap latch like a doctor looks at a mole. "You said voice mimicry. We'll treat that as an auditory hallucination until proven otherwise." "It said his name," Brooke murmured. "It even said Jay like he does." Renner blinked once in a tempo that suggested alternative explanations felt like a luxury purchase. She nodded at her partner to keep eyes on the deck, then at Cass. "We open with me on point, and no one gets close. We agree to close again fast." "Yes." Cass looked like every cell in her wanted to say no, and she said yes because leadership is the art of picking the thing you hate and owning it. Riley stood before she knew. "I'm recording," she said, and the others nodded without argument because witness had become an acceptable religion. They gathered at the hall, like people listening to a verdict. Renner slid a flat bar into the latch's gap with a practiced kindness and torqued until the screws sighed. The door edged outward. The cold behind it arrived. Not a temperature, a narrative. Iron, wet wood, the sleeping breath of something that thinks basements are lungs. Renner aimed her flashlight into the black. Light found steps, old and damp, with a sag you don't step on in old houses if you want your patience to last. It found a small room with a bench and jars, a shelf where a family once kept peaches or pressure-canned beans. It found the trapdoor Cass had described, squatting in the center like a stage. The beam stepped from jar to trap to support pillar, then stopped on the far wall as if it had noticed a painting hung crooked. The wall wasn't a wall. Not fully. It was a stack of old pallets and plywood hammered into a rectangle, and in its center, someone had cut a rough opening shoulder-wide and nailed a door over it from the other side. Through the chinks, a breath came and went as if the house kept a second house for itself. The wood around the edges was black with water that was not water. Renner did not say no, but her shoulders thought it. She breathed something that made her cheek lift like a woman remembering a specific bad day and then said, "We're not touching that." Tessa, perfect, said, "Good." From somewhere beyond the pallet door, small murmurs, the vowel-smudged half-syllables of people behind drywall. Not words. The idea of words. The sound of a radio accidentally left on in a garage. Every hair on Riley's arms bent their heads. "Close it," Cass said, voice luminous with the rare kind of fear that contains no flinch. "Renner, close it." Renner did, with the flat bar in reverse and kindness gone. The latch fell back into place like a decision you will regret, but not today. They all stood there, newly bad, at every simple body task, until they could remember how to be their sizes again. Renner wrote something in a small notebook like constructed void or secondary void, or who did this. She set a second cone at the basement door the way she had in the field, as if the house needed traffic rules. They tried a second rotation because it was either that or dissolve. Renner insisted on staying until dawn. Her partner took the couch with an expression that said he was too tired to insult the dark. Cass paired Tessa with Brooke. Riley took the chair and made the camera a talisman. Noah said he would sit the floor by the hall and keep an ear on the door, and they let him because saying no to everything felt like guaranteeing collapse. Sometime after 3, the lanterns extinguished themselves in a pattern that almost taught you a code, and then decided not to. Sometime after 3:30, the turbine's tick became something you could miss, a habit instead of a metronome. Sometime before 4, Noah's head tipped, a fraction, a mercy microsleep he had not signed for. Riley woke from a mean strip of dream to find the chair, had learned every bone in her. She stood, slow, and walked to the window because the window had become a confession booth. The lake was less black, more lead. The sky beyond the ridge had a seam of nickel. Something moved at the far edge of the meadow, where a person could be if a person wanted to explain how tracks appear in fresh frost. Riley squinted. The shape stood a beat, then 2, a darker metric of the dawn. It did not come forward. It did not recede. It moved sideways, chunking from one vertical to the neighboring vertical, skipping the part where bodies travel. It was both too smooth and too rehearsed. "Renner," she whispered, not wanting to wake any version of morning that could hold this. "Meadow." Renner came to her shoulder like a well-trained thought. They watched together. "Not a deer," Renner said, because deers have narratives. "Not a person. Not a..." She stopped talking and set her jaw like language was a dare. In the hall, a soft tap, the basement reminding them that later would keep needing a new definition. Noah did not wake. Brooke did, and tucked herself smaller on the couch as if economy could save energy. Tessa yanked a blanket up and scowled the way women scowl at street harassment. Cass sat on the floor with her head against the chair's calf and her eyes open. The shape at the meadow's far edge did its left-right theater one more time, then simply refused to be in the world. Not vanishing, not dissolving. It decided to be it in a different frame of film. The place it had been became just cold and grass, and the ridge beyond wearing the rise of day like a bruise. Renner wrote down the time without looking. "Dawn," she said, with the grudge of someone being forced into optimism, "is when people show up. If your friend..." She did not put a name on Ethan or Jay, because names were expensive. "If either of them are going to surface, it will be when light costs the least." "Costs," Brooke repeated, small, playing with the word like a threat. They stood the last 30 minutes of night like a penance. The lake exhaled. The house swallowed its breath. The basement remembered they had promised not to listen and held them to it. And when the light finally unstuck itself from the ridge and came down the hill in coins, they counted how many of them were still here, and the number stayed 5. Riley watched Noah as he woke, if woke is the right word for a person who had never really gone. He blinked like a photograph learning to be a room. He looked at each face, the way you check fixtures after a storm. He smiled, small and good. In that tiny stretch of skin beneath his eye, a twitch, a tremor as brief as static. She saw it and thought, wires. She sat on the hearth and wrote in her head because the pen in the drawer felt like an admission. Ethan at 9:17, taken down through. Marco at 11:53, taken down through. Jay at 2:41, taken sideways into. Voices learned. Lanterns learning coordinates. Basement knows our names. There is a door inside the door. She didn't write the last line because it didn't belong to any of them yet. Noah's hand down. Renner cleared her throat. Professional, not unkind. We do day work now. You drink water. You eat something that embarrasses you. You stay inside unless I say. I'm bringing in a man with a toy that makes the ground confess. She looked out at the lake a long beat and allowed a single heresy. And if you have prayers, use them. The wind turbine ticked once. Day took inventory of the night's remaining debts. Somewhere in the buried architecture of the cabin, in the place where pipes pretend to be throats, a polite knuckle tapped twice, like a reminder. You promised to listen. Chapter 6 Signals. Morning didn't fix anything. It only gave it an outline. The lake, in daylight, wore contrition like a shawl it didn't believe in. A drywall gray sky smooth as primer smother reflections. Renner's second truck thumped into view with 2 people in county windbreakers and a device in a hard, yellow case that looked like a toy from a future none of them had signed for. Ground-penetrating radar. The taller tech announced, voice professional but friendly, as if naming the tool might charm the day. We'll grid the meadow and around the foundation. If there's an old well, void, or he glanced at Renner, irregularity, we'll see it. Language is a tool, Renner said. Use the blunt end. They set up in a geometry of bright ropes and labeled stakes. The radar unit wheeled like a stroller over the meadow, churring, pausing, churring again. A tablet mapped the subsurface as thin, stacked waves. The screen looked like a cardiogram for dirt. The tech read it with the solemnity of someone who might be asked to pronounce. Inside the cabin, Cass made everyone drink water, like penance. Tessa had that fixed barfly expression she wore when her impulse to joke fought a kinder cousin. Noah paced in small, courteous ellipses from window to sink to hall and back, never breaking the invisible fences he had set for himself. Brooke sat at the table with her phone on a folded towel like she was afraid to touch it without a buffer. Riley sorted gear, because sorting at least arranged the chaos in boxes she understood. Fresh card in the camera, 2 spare batteries warm in her bra to hold a charge, lav mic coiled, shotgun mic checked. She recorded room tone on purpose, 20 seconds of nothing, then played it back and watched everyone's faces change a fraction at the background throat of the house. Renner ducked in to snag coffee. We're finding interesting, she said, and did not elaborate. You all stay in sight lines. Bathroom with the door propped, like you said. Tessa saluted with a spoon. Team Open Door P is a band I refuse to see live. Brooke exhaled a laugh half-sob and passed her phone to Cass without being asked. Okay. Someone has to call his sister, she said, meaning Jay, meaning the part of the day that was the wrong shape for their mouths. I can't yet. She pinched her nose and shook her head. I'll draft. Cass put a hand over Brooke's and left it there as if it weighed function. I'll call, she said, and in the little silence afterward Brooke's shoulders let go of something you could not see. Riley moved to the window to film the radar's slow ballet. Outside, Renner walked the perimeter, head bent, radio clipped to the shoulder, the color of a person designed to be seen in weather. The text murmured in a jargon that sounded almost like comfort. The turbine ticked without personality. Hey, Noah said behind Riley, voice carefully casual. What if we make a different noise? She turned. Define. He scratched the back of his neck, a gesture she remembered from high school exams and awkward parties. At night he flicked his eyes toward the lake, answer each other. Lanterns. Coordinates. Mimicry. Maybe it's signal ecology. We're giving them everything but construction beeps. What if we broadcast something human that isn't reaction? Something proactive. Like a flare? Tessa had ghosted over, interested despite herself. Like, we have sides to energy. I know a guy who set one off on New Year's in a parking lot and melted a mailbox. It was festive. Please don't melt, Renner, Cass said. Riley's brain clicked. I've got pyros in my kit, she said, eyes sliding to the duff. Film school leftovers. Smoke sticks, 1 maritime flare, 2 cold sparklers from a chute. I brought them because, she shrugged, because she was always prepared for choreography to want light. External authorization, Renner said, popping her head back in as if summoned. For what? Signaling. Noah said, not quite smiling. If we can make noise they have to interpret, maybe we get a response we can map. Daylight. Controlled. Dock only. Renner considered 3 seconds, the official posture of someone building a permission out of cardboard and hope. 1 flare, she said. On the dock. Nobody leans. I want a lifeline on whoever lights it, and I'll be there, eyes on. Copy, Cass said before anyone else could volunteer bravery. They rigged it like overpreparedness was a virtue, which this morning it was. Riley found the red tube molded from old plastic and knew inevitability. Jay should have been the one knotting the line. Noah took his place without being obvious about it, tying loops a just-so distance apart along the rope so it could be grabbed in panic or pride. Cass double-checked the knots with the efficient insult of a teacher grading homework. Tessa selected a 10-foot painter pole from the shed because, Jesus God, no, we are not leaning, and duct-taped the flare to its end with the ritual seriousness of a 90-second marriage. Safety, Renner said, scanning. Everyone on deck wears a jacket. I don't care if it's ugly. If the wind misbehaves, we abort. Riley strapped the lav mic to her collarbone and clipped the recorder's dead cat under her jacket to baffle breeze. She assembled the camera, grateful for the idiot muscle memory of buttons. The day was too flat for drama. She dialed contrast in, only to dial it back out, angry at herself for choosing an aesthetic for anything. Ready, Renner said. Ready, Cass echoed. They stepped onto the deck in a cluster of bright life jackets, rope looped around waist rails, not spaced, like a craft class for people who wanted to survive. The lake wore its blank face. The wind chose disinterest. The turbine ticked in court-ordered rhythm. On 3, Renner said, because ritual sweetened fear. 2, 1. Tessa extended the painter pole into the air above the dock like a budget wizard. Cass yanked the flint strip on the flare with a show of force that should have been too much and wasn't. For a second nothing happened, then the tube coughed red hard into the air and the day blushed. Smoke made the wind visible. The color flagged itself onto everything. Rope, railing, their hands, the clapboard. Hold, Renner said. Riley filmed. The viewfinder turned the light into math. Her body turned it into the thing primitive brains like. Heat licked the flare with the appetite of a polite dog. Tessa's arms wavered, and then steadied. Anything? Cass called toward nothing. If you can make shapes at night, make a shape in day. Nothing changed, which would have been a relief if relief were a currency anyone believed in now. Then, a shadow under the surface. Not movement, just a darker zone suddenly where none had been, 10 feet out from the dock. Like the idea of depth remembering itself. Riley stood her ground with the camera even as her feet thought about solutions that included leaving. See. Tessa hissed. Renner saw. Hold. The dark zone widened and thinned, a slice of lake deciding to practice being a hole. It did not reach the surface. It hummed at a leisure class's distance below. The flare spat and sizzled and kept yelling red into noon. Okay, Renner said, voice too even. Enough. Drop it. Tessa bent the pole toward the lake. Cass cut the flare off with the outdoor knife and let the tube fall. It hissed and died with a misery that felt personal. The dark zone thinned to nothingness, decided it had proved a point, and left. Was that a yes? Brooke asked, almost nauseous with hope. They said yes. They said something. Renner answered, not ungently. Inside, the radar tech stuck his head through the door. We got anomalies, he announced.
3.
One beneath that meadow sink. One under your north corner. And he hesitated. Something strange under the dock approach. Not a void, more like a layer. Like someone laid a second ground under the ground. Good, Renner said, because there was not a separate box on her clipboard for evil floor. Mapping, he added and retreated. They breathed. Cass took count of breathing. Tessa shook out her arms and made a noise of triumph that cut itself short. Riley reviewed her footage enough to know she had the dark zone and the flare and the exact muscle jitter of Tessa's forearms, then closed the screen because information didn't always give charity. Day plan, Renner said. We do not use flares as conversation anymore because the lake speaks better than we do. Radar grid until noon.
Food.
Then I'm opening your silly little basement with a distributed load and a second team. Silly. Tessa repeated in a voice that suggested she adored the euphemism. Brooke nodded like she was reading a menu and recognized nothing. She put her phone flat on the table and opened a new note, moved her thumbs, then shut it and opened video instead. She stood in good light, checked her hair, pressed record, stopped, rolled her eyes at her own vanity, and started again. Hey, it's Brooke, she said to the front-facing lens. Voice controlled the way you learn to control it when brands watch. We're at Foxglass. Things are not normal. We're not making content with it. We are trying to stay alive. She inhaled and her shoulders rose, and her voice bled a little. If you know anyone in county rescue or land management with knowledge of old logging sites, DM me. If you're going to DM me vibes, don't. She forced a smile. We don't want your crystals. She hit stop, then undo, then tried again with fewer edges. The third run was perfect, polished and urgent. She hit post to followers only, then wavered, thumb hovering over public, then set it to followers and lowered the phone like it owed her. You did good, Cass said. Brooke swallowed. Thanks. Riley felt the itch to do something louder. Let me rig a flag, she said, already digging in the duff. Orange tarp, big help in duct tape. Roof line, visible to searchers and to whoever. If anything human passes overhead, I want it to be obnoxious. Renner approved with a two-finger wave. Do it. Then you and Cass eat. Riley took Noah and Tessa out back, partly because rope work was easier with hands that understood each other, partly because she wanted to watch Noah's knots. He tied the tarp's corners with neat, conservative bolins and a backup half-hitch that knelt how sailors kneel. Tessa scampered up the lean-to like a feral child to thread the line through the roof's eye bolts. They hauled. The tarp snapped open on the roof like a tongue. The word help, duct-taped in charmless letters, took the day like an admission. Riley recorded the screen because recording had become a verb in her bones. She saw herself twice as a real woman and a compression artifact, and did not like either. Renner stepped close without touching the phone. End it, she said gently. I can't police the internet, but I can help you police yourself. Brooke nodded and thumbed out. Okay. She closed the app. The phone blinked once, reopened the live camera without her hand. The button went red by itself. Heart started. No, Brooke breathed and hit end again. It didn't. It flickered between end and pause like a thing negotiating. The chat hissed with delight and cruelty and fear. Scripted. Yo, who coding this? Run. Turn around. The last made Brooke flinch and spin like a puppet. Riley grabbed the phone, thumb hard on the power. Nothing. She pressed volume up, down, held power. The brute force restart. The phone thought about it, dimmed, then woke. The live was still live. The camera showed all of them, a little haunted by latency, and then 2 frames of the deck at night, with 4 lanterns at eye height, with a person on the rail who had to be Jay but could not be, and then back today, Brooke's face a raw question. Smash it, Tessa said, practical. Brooke paled. It's my life. Riley met her eyes. So is your life. Brooke shut the app. The phone obeyed and panted like a grateful dog. She locked it. It stayed locked. She moved it slowly, like a radioactive thing, and set it face down on the table, as if the table could share the weight. They all breathed. The radar outside beeped, drawing a neat rectangle in the dirt's cardiogram. Renner looked older by a year and put a hand on Brooke's shoulder, then left it there too long because leaving it there felt like being a person under instead of over. Lunch, Cass said, failing to make it cheerful. Soup. Crackers. We can revoke gloom privileges if anyone refuses. They ate until soup became a warm argument inside them. The day held at gray. The text called out coordinates and sometimes said huh, and sometimes said weird, and sometimes wrote numbers you want your ground not to have. Riley took the tarp off the roof with her eyes like someone checking a child crossing the street. She caught Noah, across the room, doing the same. He smiled at her. The good one, the small one that acknowledged there were other days once, and for a tiny, traitorous second she believed he was anchor enough. The Ranger radio rasped to life with frivolous timing. Renner, we've got a call from up lake. Hiker says there's a static bag or something snagged in reeds near the inlet, south of you. Looks like clothing. Renner didn't curse, but everyone felt her body do it. We're 2 minutes, she said. She pointed with her chin at Cass. Nobody leaves. I'll take eyes on the inlet. If it's nothing, I don't want all of you standing in disappointment. Copy, Cass said, her voice in that nurse octave that could calm small fires. Renner and her partners stepped off the deck. The techs hustled their yellow case into the truck bed and stayed put at the road's edge, waiting for orders with the relaxed severity of people who wanted to help and knew their domain and its borders. 2 minutes is a long time if you are trying not to look at something, and a short time if you are looking too hard. They lasted 1.5. Brooke's phone vibrated on the towel like an insect trying to learn percussion. She stared, then picked it up like a spider jar. It's Jay's sister, she said, throat doing something it didn't like. She's calling me. I can do it. Cass stood. Brooke shook her head once.
No.
I need to. She thumbed answer, put it on speaker, mouth trembling into duty.
Hey, Anna.
It's Brooke. Anna's voice came through small and bright, as if it lived in a kitchen. Hey, Brooke. Jay hasn't. He missed our morning text. Is he okay? Tell me he's okay. Brooke glanced at Cass, then at the window, then out at the polite day. She tried to speak, and the word left as a ghost. She swallowed. She looked at the phone, and the phone was not a phone. The screen had gone mirror black and showed her face, and behind it, 2 red dots over her shoulders, not reflections, not lens refraction, eyes at the wrong height in the reflection of the glass door. Brooke, Riley said, stepping in without feeling her legs do it. Come here. Brooke didn't move. Anna kept talking because that's what voices do when they think sound makes safety. If this is one of you playing content, like if you're doing a spooky thing for Halloween, just tell me it's content. The red dots moved in the glass. Up, then down, as if a head on the other side of glass had cocked. Riley saw them. Cass saw them. Tessa saw them. Noah's eyes flicked there and away, fast, guilty as breath. Brooke, Cass said in a tone she used when info goes wrong. Phone down. Step back. Brooke obeyed her tone, even if her brain didn't. She placed the phone on the table, speaker still on, Anna's breath sugar crackling, then took 2 steps back toward the hearth. Riley stepped between her and the door. Tessa lifted the stupid poker again because every mythology wants a sword. The glass door held. The dots blinked and did not quite blink, not in any mammal's cadence. They stuttered. 2 frames here, 2 gone, 1 back, like the live stream's throwaway world was pressed up against theirs and breathing through. Riley lifted the camera and did not put it to her eye because she wanted both eyes on the room. Anna, Brooke said, smaller now. Anna, listen to me. I need you to go to Jay's apartment now and wait for Cass to call you. Don't watch anything. Don't search anything. She stopped because the phone's speaker exploded in its own sound, not Anna's. A rush of lake hiss and a faint, cheerful voice that was not in their room. "Hey, besties," Brooke's voice, 2 octaves brighter from some other time. "We're doing cabin brunch with." Cass snatched the phone, thumbed the volume to 0, and put her mouth to the mic. "Anna, it's Cass. Stay with me. Jay is missing. I am with you on the phone, and we'll be with you on another phone in 5 minutes. Stay on the line. Name 3 things in your kitchen." Bless her, Anna did it. A kettle, bananas, the ugly mug Jay hates, the owl. "Good," Cass said. "Keep going." The dots in the glass slid to the right without traveling. Tessa hissed through her teeth. The latch on the door twitched as if wind had fingers and remembered them. Riley felt her right shoulder throb with yesterday's dirt and the memory of down. Noah, who had been a frame to the side, stepped forward into the exact wrong spot, a mirror of where Jay had stood last night, and put one hand on the glass without touching it. "If you're trying to get in," he said softly. To the dots, to the lake, to whatever wore voices like borrowed sweaters. "You don't need the door." The dots paused. It felt like being regarded. Riley's stomach turned inside out in an animal way. Do not be seen by the thing that does not blink right. She went to pull Noah back by the sleeve and stopped her own hand 1 inch from fabric without knowing why. The dots blinked off. The room did not brighten. It simply unclenched. Renner's boots called the steps to the deck. The door opening to outside made ordinary cold come in, and they all liked it, having a weather that recognized their faces. "It was a bag," she said, breath steaming, eyes already reading bodies. "Junk."
Sorry.
But the reeds are turned. Something has dragged through. Cass held the phone up like a relic. "Anna's on hold. I have to." Renner nodded her away with a little tilt, as if prying a splinter. Brooke whispered, "Thank you," to a room and to Cass and to herself for not coming apart. She wrapped her arms around her own ribcage like she was the only jacket available. "Everybody alive?" Renner asked a ritual. She counted. Her eyes landed on Noah last, as if her list put the quiet man at the end. "Alive," Noah said, and smiled his smallest smile, the one with the good dimple. "For now." "Lunch," Cass insisted, tearing herself back into leader skin. "Then we will talk about naps, because human bodies require something." Brooke nodded. "I'll call Anna back from the bedroom," she said, barely above air. Better without speaker. Door cracked, Cass said like an oath's air.
Door cracked. Brooke promised.
She picked up the phone like a ceremonial object and walked down the hall. Her shoulders had learned a new posture overnight, slimmer, distrustful of air. Riley almost followed out of reflex, then stopped because Cass's eyes said stay in sight. The bedroom door whispered. Stopped a palm's width from jam. Brooke sat on the edge of the bed in view of the living room. She gave them a small thumbs up. She pressed call. "Anna," she said when the line caught. "I'm back. I'm with you." No one in the living room meant to hold their breath. Still, for a moment, all sound took a knee. Kettle tick, tech mutter outside. Turbines oiled metronome.
Riley forced a swallow.
Renner positioned herself at the end of the hall, one shoulder against the frame, like a polite bouncer at a club run by physics. "Okay," Brooke said, calming. "Tell me the owl mug's stupid face. Describe it to me." Anna did, with more detail than mugs deserve. Brooke smiled, and then, mid-smile, her face changed. "Hey," she said, not alarm. A queering laugh, the kind you do when FaceTime cartoons your face unexpectedly. She put her hand out into the air in front of her as if something had floated into her space. "Do you?" The phone fell out of her hand. That is how it began. A stupid, domestic sound. Plastic on carpet. She looked down at it reflexively. Then the bed moved under her in the way a mattress does when someone sits at the far corner. Her body canted. Her hand flew back to catch nothing. The air in the room kinked, as if the same bus had decided to pull from the curb inside a bedroom. Brooke's hair flipped to the left like she'd been laughed at by wind. She opened her mouth. She made no sound at all. "Brooke," Cass said. "Already up, already moving." Renner stepped behind. The bedroom didn't swallow. that would have been a word. It edited. One frame. Brooke on the bed, hand in air. Next frame, nothing. Only the moan of the springs returning from a weight that had ceased to be described. The phone on the carpet face up. On its screen, the front camera framed the ceiling. 2 frames. The ceiling belonged to a different room, a den with a blue couch and an ugly owl mug on a coffee table. Then back to the cabin's beamwork, the old paint, the nail head that always looks like a mole. Anna's voice went tinny. Brooke? Are you there? Brooke. Riley hit record without moving her feet. She didn't remember raising the camera. Her body had done it the way your hand pushes against a fall. Renner crossed the room in 3 strides and did something the county teaches. She didn't reach into the space that had just misbehaved. She threw a blanket into it, as if making air visible is a kind of control. The blanket fell like blankets do. The world, satisfied with its edit, asked if anyone else had questions.
No. Dessa mutered, a speed prayer.
Nope. Redo. I want to save and reload. Cass was on the floor with the phone, speaking soft into nothing.
Anna.
It's Cass. I'm here. Stay with me. The phone did something it should not. While Cass held it, while she breathed into it a human breath, the camera toggled from front to rear without a thumb and showed the hallway. Renner's back, Riley's camera, the living room, and then, wrenched as if by curiosity, the feed looked straight down the length of corridor toward the basement door. It slid forward, not obeying human arm's length, like it had been picked up by someone without hands. It processed the space in jittering chunks. It reached the basement door and kissed it with a lens. The cheap latch, the paint pucker, the gap where drafts are born. Close closer. Cass, Riley said, not loud. Put it down. Put it down. Cass didn't argue. She set the phone on the upstream corner of the hallway runner like a bomb she wanted to respect. It lay there, camera on, doing nothing. Then the listen account DM icon popped up at the top of the screen unbidden. The name pulsed. It said, in gray text that didn't belong to any app, listen. The roof creaked. The turbine ticked 1, 2, 3, like a metronome counting them into a part of the song they hadn't rehearsed. Renner took one enormous breath to last through 2 sentences. We are all getting out of the hall, she said evenly.
Now.
She stepped backward, weight correct, eyes on the door. Cass half laughed, the kind her body does when fear pulls its dress on. Tessa reversed, eyes wet and furious. Noah hovered a second longer than the others, as if listening for a cue, then obeyed, soft-footed. Riley filmed through the space between Renner's elbow and the frame, not because she wanted to, but because there would be nothing to hold if she didn't. The phone screen went black, as if an eyelid had shut it. Then an image, not a video now, but a still, low-res, like surveillance from the wrong century. The dock.
Night.
For lanterns. A figure at the rail. The caption, in gray where the DM preview should be, a sentence that made no physical sense to be printed there. You keep opening doors. The image blinked out. The phone returned to home like a well-trained dog. For a full 5 seconds, no one, human, house, lake, made any sound. Anna, Cass said into a dial tone, and then, not trusting any network, took her own phone from her pocket and called the number with her real fingers and her real history and got a real woman who said, with a living mouth, Cass, and then cried out because living recognizes living. Renner, Riley said. She heard her voice as if through insulation. We lost Brooke. We didn't lose her. Tessa snapped, desperate for a verb that didn't feel like treason. She was taken. She was taken. Renner nodded once, a small downstroke of the head that acknowledged narrative's need for agency. Taken, she repeated, in the same voice she used for copy and on my way. She radioed, voice ironed and human. Third missing. Interior extraction. Unknown vector. She swallowed and added, because there's a form for this. Victim last seen conscious. They stood like people in a painting. The soup on the stove had the audacity to simmer. The tarp on the roof said help in its clumsy font, and the sky, like a dead-eyed clerk, declined to read. Riley lowered the camera and let the strap take the weight. Her shoulder screamed across the old injury. Her brain filed the pain as proof she was still carrying the right things. She looked at Noah because she could not. He was where he always was, useful, still, available, exactly right. He caught her looking and did the good smile again. It reached his eyes. It bought him another hour of belief. Chapter 7. The Boat Shed. Afternoon had a bad hospital light. Flat. Equal. Unflattering to hope. Renner moved between trucks, meadow, deck, talking into two radios at once, as if one channel might cancel the other's confusion. The text fed the yellow case information like a bird swallowing fish whole. Beep, nod, furrow, beep. Inside, the cabin felt overpeopled by absence. Every chair had a ghost in its shape. "We can't sit here and curate the void," Tessa said, and even her bravado was fraying. "We have to check the shed again." "We already," Cass began, but she didn't finish because the shed had been a footnote in a day that had run out of margins.
Okay, we check.
2 in, 1 out. Rope on belts. She looked to Renner. Renner didn't love it, but she loved the alternative less.
Do it.
"I want eyes on the inlet anyway. Stay on channel." They split along the ache lines they'd learned. Renner took her partner downshore to walk the reeds with the patience of cops who know water owes nothing. The techs kept their beeping stroller on the meadow's seam. Inside, Noah coiled a line carefully and handed it to Cass. His knot was the same conservative bowline, the same tidy backup hitch he'd tied on the tarp. Riley noticed, filed it where she filed everything, and hated the file cabinet for existing. "Me, you," and Tessa circled her finger in the air like a game show spinner. She stopped on Riley because of course she did. "I take jokes, Cass takes medicine, Riley takes witness." "And Noah?" Cass asked. Noah offered his palms like a priest showing he carried no wafer. "I'll keep the window and radio. Scream, and I'll wake the county." Riley nodded, and a small, stale relief. Good. Keep him in sight of Renner. Passed through her body. It embarrassed her for lacking bravery. It also made her feel smart. They went out under a sky that had all the charisma of drywall. The shed hunched left of the dock like a shoulder defending a bruise. The padlock hung split where Noah had shouldered it yesterday. The door had learned to gape. "Rope," Cass said. She looped a line around each of their waists with a brisk intimacy that kept their hands from shaking. "We don't go past the threshold. We look, we mark, we call." "Bossy is a love language," Tessa said, and the joke fell on its feet for once. Riley rolled her shoulder to test the ache. It answered with a dull, loyal pain. Good. She wanted a catalog of what was still hers. Inside smelled like saltless sea and mouse. The first glance confirmed what they'd already learned. Absence in the shape of a boat.
Oars.
2 life vests fixed to hooks with old twine. An orange horn canister. A plastic bin of unsorted things. Tarp off guts. A rusty fish stringer. A roll of duct tape older than their friendships. A bag of rock salt. A metal shelf with jars full of screws and the same humility as peas in a pantry. Tessa whistled one casual note between teeth. It hit the back wall and came home wrong. "If I were a ghoul," she said, "this is where I'd keep my Pinterest." "Light," Cass said. Riley swept her headlamp around, letting the beam snag on edges. The floorboards were rough, unsanded, stamped with old boot treads that did not belong to any of them. In the far right corner, the board sagged a fraction and then forgot to lift. Their edges wore a fur of gray like mildew or memory. "Hey," Riley said softly. She crouched without stepping. "See that?" Cass crouched beside her, one palm on the jamb like she was asking the building permission to be intimate.
Rot. Not only, Riley said.
Her light found pattern in the dirt where dust had not settled. Drag marks. Narrow, twin, the width of a rope sliding under pressure. A dark halo stain, old and minimalist, as if something had sat and then been convinced to move. Into the corner, through the rot-soft boards, and there slit like someone had gone at the seam with a pry bar and then lost interest. Tessa kneecapped her reflex to step in and bounced on the threshold like a boxer instead. "What's our tool situation?" Because there's a under inside this inside, and I'm curious like a cat that understands consequences. Stay, Cass said, and Tessa, worshipfully stubborn, stayed. Riley scanned higher. A nail hung from a beam at head level with an ancient, damp-smelling length of nylon rope coiled on it. Even in the dim, she could see the knot. A bowl-in with a backup half-hitch. She took a breath and kept it. Noah's knot, she said, and wished her mouth had broken instead. Cass didn't jump. She looked at it until the looking became evaluation, not panic.
Old, she said.
Could be anyone's knot. Boy Scout level. We don't convict rope. She said it like she was trying to convince the rope. Recording, Riley said aloud, a way of telling her brain to clip its own fear. Her camera's red blinked. The mic drank the cold. Check the bin, Tessa said, and reached with the painter's pole like a spear so her hand didn't have to cross the threshold. She hooked the plastic bin and dragged it in tiny, satisfying hops to the door. Cass bent to steady it with foot pressure. Inside, garbage that wanted to be a puzzle. A flayed tarp, a crushed water bottle from a brand none of them drank. A single glove, the cheap brown cotton kind you buy in a shrink-wrapped multipack and lose by the pair. A Mylar emergency blanket folded badly, and a compact hand warmer packet gone soft from activation, its chemistry exhausted. A Ziploc with rock salt clinging to the interior like frost, and in its film of cling, hair.
Dark.
Too long for a lot of men, too short for a lot of women. Human because everything in the shed today was human. Tessa reached for the Ziploc and stopped her own hand midair. Runner, she said, with the tone you use to summon logic. She backed up and keyed the radio. Hey, Ranger Lady, we have a cooler of nope. Do we bag the nope or keep the diorama intact? Do not touch, Runner's voice came back, hitching over wind noise. I'm 20 yards out. Eyes on the inlet, but I can peel. Hold, Cass said to Runner, and then, to the shed itself, hold. She had discovered a vein of sarcasm somewhere in her lungs, and it was going to save them. Riley's light slid under the shelf, where a flutter of pale caught. Paper. No plastic. A cheap, transparent sleeve full of printed MapQuest directions, the logo bleached by damp into a ghost. Handwriting in blue pen across the bottom margin. Mile 19, Foxglass. The handwriting had the tidy block style of someone taught by engineers, or taught to be one. This place doesn't run itself, Tessa murmured. Someone invited themselves with instructions.
Outside boots.
Renner's silhouette filled the doorway with a kind of square authority that makes small animals choose honesty. She stepped in, took in shapes fast, then dropped to a knee beside the bin. Good call, she said. She donned nitriles like a magician might conjure silk. 1, 2, and plucked the Ziploc. She held it to the light, lowered it, set it into a hard evidence pouch. The glove went next. The hand warmer, the MapQuest relic. Every small indignity given the dignity of its own back. Look at the boards, Cass said, and Renner did. She put 2 fingers to the seam, and the wood gave just a little, a tired sigh. We'll pry when I've got my guy, she said. Not before. I don't need this whole shed sitting on my hips. She looked up at the nail with the rope. Her eyes went narrow. Bolin, she said, and didn't let the word contain accusation. Standard. I'll go get my pry, her partner called from outside. Already moving. Wait, Tessa said, head cocked. What's that? It was a sound so delicate Riley had nearly missed it. A brief, insecty electronic tap. Not the turbine. Not the radio. A kind of notification sound from a device in a drawer. Her light found it on the top shelf behind the jars. A paperback-wrapped rectangle. Black, corner cracked. Phone, Riley said, and the word made everyone's eyes feel foolish for being eyes instead of hands. Renner, gloved, reached up and brought it down with a patience that made it obvious she'd done this 100 times. Contact high from other people's secrets. It was old enough to have a home button, new enough not to be landfill. No case. Spider crack. Smudges. A corner worn smooth from being kept in a pocket with coins. Bag it,
Cass said.
Or power it, if God loves us, Renner answered. but God is a contractor out here. She pressed the side button. The phone went to a black screen. Not dead, just not interested. She held it longer. The apple came and went like a dream you can almost retell. The lock screen blinked up. No SIM in the corner. Battery at 14%. Date 5 days ago. Time meaningless. The wallpaper was preloaded stock, misty mountains, not this mist, other. Renner breathed. We're in. Passcode. Tessa said. Where there's a user, there's a habit, Renner replied, and did something that looked like sacrilege. She turned the phone sideways and pressed the home button 3 times. The accessibility menu popped. She tapped voice control. The mic icon lit. Open photos, she said clearly, as if the phone had just been hired and deserved courtesy. The Photos app opened with dumb obedience.
Moments.
A grid of thumbnails that made Riley's stomach find the floor. They were all the cabin. Not inside, the tree lean. The lake edge. The deck captured from a low angle through brush. Night vision noise. Grain the camera had tried to swallow and couldn't. The first date stamp at the top of the grid. 2 nights ago. The next, last night. The next, this morning. Renner's gloved thumb flicked one open.
Video.
The audio came first. A soft hush scrape of grass. Someone moving slow. The visual. Their own living room windows, blown out by the phone's attempt at dynamic range. Rectangles of warm. In the lower corner, a foot again. Bare, second toe long, skin a television smear. The camera settled. The shot held. In the window, movement, Brooke crossing with a mug. The phone's autofocus hunted, failed, hunted. A breath near the mic, too close. Then, faint and almost playful, a whisper that had not come from any of their throats. Say hi. Tessa hissed. Cass's jaw hardened until the muscle in front of her ear jumped. Renner scrubbed ahead. Another clip. The dock, just before dawn, when Riley had seen the shape hop sideways through the end of night. The water looked iron. 4 lanterns hovered wrong. Then 3, then 2. The disappearances timed like someone was teaching beats to a new drummer. The camera didn't waver. Whoever filmed knew stillness, or did not care to be more animal than a bush. Whoever it is patience, Renner said. And time. She tilted the phone to the next. And keeps coming back. The 4th clip started with a jolt, and Riley's brain recognized the sound of her own laugh before the image resolved. Right, her own audio, from the first night. She'd been in the kitchen joking about label makers. The video did not show the kitchen. It showed the bathroom window, the little silvered mirror, Riley passing through and doubling, the camera catching her face split by bad mercury. The laugh had been pulled from somewhere and overlaid. Too clean for the wind, too close for the bush. A prank edit that wasn't a prank. Nope, Tessa whispered, which covered a lot of ground. Renner set the phone in the crook of the open bin and switched her gloves because rules feel like armor when law fails. We bag it. We do not bring it inside. We do not put it down on your table and treat it like a bowl of keys. We pretend to have a chain of custody like they will try to take our toys. Can I copy? Riley asked. She hated herself as she did. 10 seconds. The first, the second. Before battery dies. Renner considered long enough to make it count. Do it. Airplane mode. Don't touch the cloud. Riley slid her own phone from her pocket, thumbed airplane, Bluetooth off, everything off. She filmed the screen at a slant so more wouldn't turn the evidence into a disco. 10 seconds of window voyeur. 10 seconds of dock lanterns. Enough to exist later if the world grew stingy. Who leaves their phone? Tessa said, softer now. If it's his. Who leaves this? Someone who has another, Cass said, eyes on the updates. Or someone who thinks their toys can do the job without them. Trail cam, Riley said, turning. We said last night, if there were one, where would it be? They found it by thinking badly, and then thinking like a thief. On a small aspen 40 yards upslope where the cabin fell neatly into its frame, a cheap box had been zip-tied and spray-painted bark. The lens had a tear of pine sap half-dried on it, making all their images look as if they'd been filmed under milk. The SD slot gaped empty. SIM from the phone, Tessa said. SD from the cam, Renner corrected. But yes, someone is collecting. Or did. She snapped photos, then cut the tie with a fast, efficient bite of plier. This one comes with me, and when I come back, I'm prying your shed floor. They stood in the ribby shade and didn't speak. The wind stubbornly refused to learn how to move. The turbine carried on as if it were a tongue clicking to a horse that had long ago left. Okay, Cass said finally, voice doing the thing where it holds the next 3 minutes so your hands can do tasks inside them. We go in. Renner prize. Riley, send me those 2 clips. Tessa, call your bar manager. Tell them you're not back tonight, and if they ask why, tell them physics is rude. Copy. Tessa murmured, obedient to kindness. Back inside, they washed their hands like ritual, soap, hot water, the only control left that felt reliable. Noah stood at the window when they returned, hands tucked, posture open enough to be read as surrender. Find anything? He asked, tone exactly correct.
No hunger.
No false calm. A human question placed in the bowl of a room. Riley told him, rope, rot, bag of nope, phone. She watched his face like a monitor. At phone, a muscle under his left eye did that small static again. He looked at the floor. He looked up. From the trillion, he said, and his voice did a little dip in the word line like he was hearing someone else use it at the same time. Of us. Of the house, Cass said, and then, a fraction softer. Of us. Noah nodded, as if you could nod to a verdict. Okay. He made tea because he was a civilian in a war, and tea is a civilian's bayonet. While Water thought, Riley airdropped Cass the 10-second clips and then, with a fussy privacy that belonged to a more granular part of her panic, she copied them to her external card. Not because she thought Renner would lose them, because she believed the world would. Renner and her partner came back with a flat bar, a long pry, and a plank of sense. They took up the threshold board where the rot made a liar of the scene. The nails screamed that old house scream, then gave. Underneath, earth, not crawl space. Earth churned and tamped, darker than the surrounding soil by half a tone. Renner crouched and held the light at a shallow angle. The beam made texture talk. Lineations like a snake shed, a small, smooth shaft cut laterally through the earth the diameter of a slender wrist, drag skids where something rope-like had been pulled, then returned. No air.
Nobo ist cavern.
A practical, gymnastic hole. Not vermin, she said. Someone engineered this. Or something intelligent borrowed an idea. Like tunnels, Tessa said weakly. Like prairie dogs. Or mole people. I am being very brave. Renner did not look at her. She looked at the hole like a math problem. North, she said, half to herself, orienting. This runs north-south under the deck toward the dock. And from here, it could reach your foundation. What, Cass said carefully, does it want with our foundation?
Conduit, Renner said. Shade. Tradition.
I have absolutely no idea. She stood with the old person sound at her knees that made her less god and more citizen. We're done with the shed. I'm setting a deputy at your door.
We don't move without me.
Copy, Cass said, grateful to be bossed. They ate crackers and apples like penitents. They drank water until their tongues complained. The day dragged itself toward that hour when afternoon stops pretending it's not on the side of night. The turbine ticked, patient metronome for a piece no one heard. Riley carded her camera card to her laptop because she needed more than the phone's cheap shrug. She scrubbed again through the copy of the trillion clip. In the window's reflection, she watched herself pass and repass and realized she was timing her own ghosts. She pulled levels, lowered noise. In the edge of the frame, at the dock, there it was, motion impossible to name. The lanterns didn't move. The water didn't move. But a penumbra, the idea of a shadow, slid across the boards with the same left-right chunk she'd seen at dawn. Come look, she called, and Tessa came, then Cass, because if the future hurts you share it. What if, Tessa said slowly, head to the side. The lanterns aren't the point. What if they're exit signs? Emergency lighting, Cass murmured, could be how they see us. Or how they see each other, Riley said, and wondered who they was and how dangerous it is to make a plural. Noah, from the window, said softly, "Or a cage." They all turned. He kept his eyes on the glass. Once they're lit, something can't cross between them. So it hops. So it uses doors. He said it clinically, like someone reciting a rule you don't like but have to follow. The room went quiet around his voice like paper curling near heat. "How do you know that?" Cass asked Lovell. "I don't," he said, and gave that small, clean smile. "I'm making technology metaphors because that's what my brain does when it's scared." "Same," Riley said, and believed him because believing him had been easy for 10 years. They lasted one more hour of pretending Day had plans. Renner spread her map on their table and turned the pencil with her thumb as if friction could think. "We do 2 things at dusk," she said. "We lay light, and we do not open doors. I will have 2 more from county. We'll set a perimeter of our own." "We could," Noah started and stopped. "We could set lanterns of our own. Around the deck, around the hall. If they're cage, good. If they're bait," he trailed off with a shrug that said he knew words had weight now. "Do it," Renner said. "Never mind what I said about flares. These are dumb lights. Light a wedding if it helps. We will be ugly and bright." They strung rope lights from the truck's emergency stash. They set battery lanterns like cheap gods in the corners of the deck. They duct-taped glow sticks to the deck rail because Tessa had a bag of them from a theme night, and tonight stupid things got to work. Inside, they placed the camping lanterns in a ring around the basement door, 3 feet out, a pseudo-halo. The house looked like a suburban haunted house, the tasteful kind. Riley hated it for making the fear festive. Dusk earned its name. The first lake light came low and stubborn, as if someone had to lift it. The second popped into being further left. The third took the center line like a foreman. Riley filmed until her hands shook and then kept filming. Renner took the first watch on the deck with her partner, eyes on the wrong horizon. Cass took interior with Tessa. Riley took the hearth, laptop open to her unforgivable copies. Noah took the couch, the radio within reach, one knee up as if running might happen, and he wanted the pose in the bank. If there were a narrator in the room, it was the basement door. It waited its turn. It let the outside have the first act. It let the windows show lanterns and the lake show nothing and the rope lights do an imperfect imitation of science. And then, with the patience of old plumbing learning a foreign language, it knocked. Not the polite 3, not the mimic voice, just a single, naked, undeniable knuckle. Once. Riley's camera saw nothing. Her body saw everything. Cass stood in one line and Renner in another, and something subterranean in the house's frame said open not as a command, but as a prayer. Noah, not rising, said, almost gently, "Don't." No one did. They kept their jobs like rows of teeth. The lanterns outside held their triangles, and for once the points did not wink the other way. Maybe Renner's wedding ring of light mattered. Maybe belief is as good as architecture. An hour later, when everyone was congratulating themselves on still being inside their skin, Renner's phone pinged with a text from a number she didn't know. She tapped it because it had a county prefix and the night had taught her to hope stupid. The screen showed a single still, the shed from the inside. Floorboards up, a hole, a rope leading down. At the top edge, a shadow of a shoulder, as if the photographer had leaned over and decided not to be careful with evidence. The caption had no app. It existed like a scab. "Come see." "Who?" Cass said, and her word contained every possible subject. Who sent it, who wants, who stays. Renner locked her phone and put it face down with a politeness that looked like piety. "No," she said. "We wait. The shed can date itself." Riley breathed and breathed again and learned the rhythm for tonight. Outside, the lanterns held. Inside, the ring of battery light made the basement look like a child's idea of a saint. Noah's reflection in the glass had caught up perfectly to his body. On the table, the found phone from the shed lay inside its evidence bag like a fish in aspic. Its screen woke once without touch and showed. Not the lock screen, not icons, not menus. A single white field with a gray word in the middle, in a font she could not name. Listen. It timed out. It slept. It kept its secrets because secrets were better at this than anyone in the room. Riley looked down at the timeline she'd been building in her head, at the part of it where a hand had pressed down when an arm wanted up. She put her fingertip on that line, the one that might erase a person's humanity in a single sentence, and didn't write it yet. Not because she was coward, because the story needed to be right the first time she said it out loud. Tomorrow, she whispered into the belly of the room, to herself,
To any listening thing.
we make the world make sense. The basement, reasonably, knocked once, as if to say we'll see. Chapter 8, Distributed Load. Morning came with the flat authority of a clipboard. Renner's people multiplied. An older deputy with a parka like a shed, a woman from County OEM who wheeled in pelican cases labeled in a handwriting neat enough to be unnerving, and the radar techs again, their yellow box scuffing the meadow in a grid that would make math proud. The lake wore its contrition face. The turbine kept time as if time were a bill it paid. Plan, Renner said, laying a map across the table and pinning its corners with mugs and the found phone in its evidence bag. A fresh pencil lived behind her ear. We pry the shed with bracing. We expose, not explore. Then we address your basement with a distributed load. That means scaffolding. That means planks. We spread our weight and our errors. I want 3 sets of eyes on anyone who crosses a threshold. We treat all voids as mouths. Mouths, Tessa repeated.
Cool.
I love a metaphor that wants teeth. Cass rubbed the heel of her hand against her sternum once, the way you do when adrenaline misfiled itself as indigestion. We'll eat first. Real food. Then you'll have better eyes to believe what you're seeing. They ate eggs like penance. The coffee tasted like a good lie. Noah moved around the edges of the morning with the exactly right quiet he wore like a borrowed shirt. Tea poured, rope coiled, lantern batteries replaced. When Renner said the phrase distributed load, he smiled at his hands. The small, good smile that had bought him 10 years of trust in everyone's head. Riley watched him tie a fresh loop on a length of line, just to have something tied. Bowl in neat. Back up half hitch. Tidy. She felt the thought arrive again, his not, and wanted to throw her own brain into the lake for being a narrator when she needed a witness. Okay, Renner said, back in command of the room's oxygen. Shed first. Riley, you filming? Recording, Riley said, because the verb had become a ritual. They went out under sky the color of drywall dust. The shed squatted, its door gaping like a yawn it resented. Renner's partner, Wells, the parka deputy, brought 2 I-beams that looked too small to be useful until you saw how he placed them, one under the threshold, one as a diagonal brace against the inside corner. He and Renner wedged a plank between and tapped it with the mallet, making a tiny cathedral of leverage. Distributed load, Renner murmured. Don't let any one mistake be fatal.
Tessa saluted that.
Adding to the tattoo list, Wells slid the long pry into the wrought seam Riley and Cass had found. The nails shrieked the old house shriek again. The board rose reluctantly and came free like a scab. Beneath, the earth wasn't earth so much as a promise. Darker, tamped, veined with a slick that wasn't water. A narrow shaft cut laterally, wrist wide, ran toward the dock. Snake cam, the OEM woman said, already unsnapping a case. She fed a cable into the hole. Black, flexible, a jellyfish tentacle translated into hardware. A tablet bloomed with grainy subterranean news. A tunnel reinforced, not with lumber, but with roots bent back on themselves and hardened to a gloss, like sap had been persuaded to remember architecture. The camera slid along. The tunnel hooked right, then left, always at 90-degree politeness, as if honoring some old surveyor's grid. Under the deck, Renner estimated. Then toward your foundation. Riley filmed a tablet, the cable unspooling, Renner's mouth flattening in a way that never meant defeat. The snake cam came to a junction, another tunnel cutting in at a clean T. The OEM woman angled the tip and panned left. Something white fluttered. Wells steadied the cable. Back a hair, Renner said, and the tip eased. The white wasn't bone. It was fabric, a ripped strip with a black marker letter on it, half a word that didn't need the other half to hurt.
J.
Tessa swallowed audibly. J as in J, she said, like a kid reciting a letter, so the world would have to put it on a line. Renner's jaw worked once. Could be anything, she lied gently. We document, and we don't follow nouns alone. They panned the other branch. The cam washed past something metal, thin, with teeth, a zipper. Past that, something else caught where two root ribs crossed. A bead of glass, green, like the kind on a cheap friendship bracelet. Riley filmed. Riley breathed. Riley wanted more sophisticated words, but her brain had only mine and theirs. The tunnel narrowed another inch, and the OEM woman stopped. We're hitting friction. We're done, Renner said. We won't wedge the camera into a mouth. They withdrew the cable with the careful impatience of people making the right choice too slowly. The snake came home slicked with a film that smelled, even in air, like cold iron and something floral gone wrong, sap after a house fire. Wells wiped it with shop towels and small, respectful passes. Back in the cabin, Renner drew a neat X on the map where the shed hole began, another by the deck start, a third by the north foundation. We're dealing with more than one access, she said. We'll lamplight the deck perimeter again tonight. We'll rig the hull with light. And now, basement.
Planks.
Planks. No hero weight. They built their little leading-edge walkway like a stage. 2x10s from truck to hull, another set inside the door. Sawhorses for distribution. The ring of battery lanterns around the basement door looked kiddie compared to this grown-up geometry, but both had a kind of faith. Renner took point. Wells footed the plank behind her. Cass was third, Riley fourth because witness and because if the room changed, she wanted a camera between it and her. Up close, the basement door wore the cheapness of a thing that hadn't earned the drama it commanded. The latch was rehung, screw heads raw. Renner slid the flat bar into the seam and coaxed. The door let go like a patient exhale. The air that arrived did what it always did. Iron coins and wet timber and a sweetness underneath, like a bouquet left too long in a warm room. They scanned with flashlights. The first room was what it had been. Shelves, jars, the trapdoor in the floor like a stage. Beyond, that pallet and plywood wall with a shoulder-width door nailed shut from the other side. Renner nodded to Wells. He set the pry just under the trap's brass ring and leaned. Don't lift, Renner said softly. Just see if it wants to talk. It wanted to talk. It lifted an inch, and something spoke in the space below. Not words yet. Air with a direction. The lantern ring at the hall buzzed like a chorus of insects agreeing about something. Riley's camera mic caught the little harmonics none of their ears did, and made them sound like a throat clearing. Close it, Renner said, already on her heels, muscle memory older than policy. Wells eased the trap back down. The buzz softened to a murmur. Something below knocked once, not at the wood under his hand, but in the boards by the door, as if the basement had a second mouth, or as if knocking were just a courtesy and the real language lived in pressure. Okay, Renner breathed. We're done with this mouth until I have more hands and fewer missing persons. Hey, Tessa whispered, steadying a lantern whose battery had hiccuped. What if we... She looked at Cass. Don't throw things at me, but what if we set a recorder there and go away? Like, let it talk where we're not. Riley had already dug in her bag. I have an H4n, she said, the film school absolution. Condenser mics. We can set it and run.
Eller cranka in till I taster statik.
Do it, Renner said. Then we go upstairs like civilized animals. They set the recorder on the top step, windscreen on even though no wind, little red light winking like a heartbeat. Riley hit record and watched the timecode climb. 1 second, 0203, and wanted to kiss time for being legible in at least one corner. Back upstairs, the house looked freshly artificial, as if every table were a set piece. The recorder's LED sped a tiny pulse into the stairwell dark. The OEM woman stationed herself at the hall mouth with the snake cam like a rosary. Wells took the deck with the radio. The tech said we're finding more weird, and your ground is layered, and no one asked what layered meant because the only layer that mattered was the one a person breathed. Riley set her camera on the mantel and pulled her laptop onto the coffee table. 2 minutes, she said, and then, because 2 minutes had lost meaning, 5. She boosted the recorder's gain in software until the waveform's hair rose. They sat on the couch and listened to the house's throat. For the first 30 seconds, nothing but high hiss and a faint undertone that could be the turbine or their own blood. At 0:37, a texture, that paper rub they decided meant pressure moving through wood. At 0:44, a pop like a jar lid's ping far away. At 00:52, a new thing, a very soft, dry scrape, like someone moving the palm of a hand over raw plywood, slow, affectionate. At 1:05, a voice. Not words. Not yet. The vowel churn of A and the way a throat warms up to say names. Then, too fast, 2 syllables in a boy's hush. R-re. Cass's hand found Riley's wrist before Riley knew she'd reached for anyone. Pause, Cass said, and Riley did, and the room yelled at quiet. Play again. Riley rolled back for seconds and hit space. R-re. Whisper, and not through air, through wood, conducted like a name rubbed into studs. Tessa pinched the bridge of her nose. It's going to say run, and we're going to argue grammar. Riley let it run. At 1:10, the whisper found the second syllable and liked it too much. Riley. Quiet as a night shift nurse. Clear as a thing you want from a dream. She almost laughed because fear sometimes is funnier than jokes are allowed to be. Nope, she said.
No.
Noah stood at the back of the couch. He hadn't moved since they'd hit play. The small muscle under his left eye did that static twitch again. He set his hand on the couch back, fingers splayed. Play it again, he said, calm.
She did.
This time, her own name sounded less like a voice and more like a variable waiting to be inserted into any sentence. After her name, faint. So faint she had to boost 6 more decibels and live with the hiss. Another syllable. Lease. Listen, Tessa said, a little laugh behind her teeth. Drink when the basement says its brand. Stop, Cass said, because she'd heard the thing underneath all the jokes. The basement knows our names was a sentence with too many tense choices. They listened to the end of the 2-minute clip. The last sound was a knock that had learned manners. 2 taps. Patient. The recorder's red light kept blinking downstairs, 10 feet from a door nailed shut from the wrong side. Renner looked older. Not tired. Used. We leave it a while, she said. We do outside now. Light. Wires. If the world wants to hop coordinates, make it hop hard. And we keep a human with eyes on every aperture. Yes, Mom, Tessa said, and her mouth shook into a grin she didn't mean because sometimes your face bails your soul out. They went back to set their little wedding around the deck. Rope lights, lanterns, glow sticks, a spotlight from the truck aimed down the dock like admiration. The lake took the illumination and did nothing polite with it. Wells stood at the end of the rail with his radio at chin level, scanning the inlet, the tree line, the place sky pretends to be ground twice. Renner set cones at the deck's foot because rules comfort even when they're backdrops. Hey, Riley said quietly to Tessa while they duct-taped a glow stick into the corner, like a sugared guardian. Tie me a bowl in. Tessa glanced up. Are we earning badges now? Humor me, Riley said. Make it ugly, or I don't pass you. Tessa took the line, tongue in the corner of her mouth, and produced a knot that would get 2 Girl Scouts a stern talking to. This, she announced, is called optimism. Noah had wandered near in the way helpful people do to repay favors. Want me to? Yeah, Riley said, a little too quick. She passed him a different line, watched his hands without moving her own. He didn't flourish. He made the loop. The rabbit came out of the hole, went around the tree, went back in. He snugged the line, set a half-hitch behind it, his way, the way she'd seen at the tarp, at the shed rope, at the sink. The tag end sat to the left. The same little bite in the lay where he always set tension. Her stomach flipped, a cheap trick on itself. Pretty, Tessa said. Write me up. Riley smiled with both sides. Gold star. She wanted to throw up and hug him. She wanted to fast forward to a future where her suspicion wasn't cruelty. She wanted to delete the knot with her teeth. Noah looked up from the line. His eyes were soft. The muscle under his eye was still. He rubbed his palms together once, as if warming them, then tucked his hands in his hoodie pocket like a promise not to be useful for one whole minute. He swore. The phone in the evidence bag, on the table inside, woke itself again. No one had touched it. From the deck, through the window, Riley saw its small light pulse against plastic like a heart under wax. She went inside as if to fetch a lighter, even though there was a lighter on the deck rail. The lock screen threw no notifications, no banners, just that weird, wrong white field with the gray word. Listen. It faded and reappeared like a breath. She set her camera on the table beside it and filmed, because if the world insists on speaking in fonts you can't name, you collect them. Cass stepped in behind her. I could take the recorder up, and we could. Wait, Riley said, and felt silly for superstition. Just 2 more blinks. It blinked twice. On the second, the white field slid aside like an elevator door, and for exactly 1 frame showed a still. The dock at night. 3 lanterns this time, not 4, and a man at the end. Not Ethan.
Not Jay.
A silhouette with shoulders narrower, head tilted back like he was testing a sky. The 1 frame became 2, became a video stuttering into being. The man raised a hand, slow, greeting or surrender, and turned half-profile.
Noah.
Riley froze herself. Her camera kept rolling because muscle memory is sometimes rescue. The video was old by a day, 2 days. The life jets on the deck weren't up yet. The glow sticks hadn't made a saint of their rail. Noah stood at the end alone, backlit by lake light impossible for the phone to love, and said nothing. He didn't wave. He didn't jump. He didn't smile. He just stood like a person called doing the worst kind of church. The kind where you and the God both agree too much. The video ended as if it had always been a still. The white field returned. The word listened smaller now, almost diet gray, almost shame. Riley didn't know what her face looked like. She could guess. The mask you wear when you tell kids it's just thunder. Cass saw the screen, took a breath to speak, and then didn't because language has rules about the order of knives. Maybe it's, Cass began, the professional liar on behalf of the living.
A glitch.
Composite. That phone hates light. It could be any. It's him, Riley said, hating herself for the certainty. His posture. His ear. The stupid way his elbow turns out when he's trying not to take up space. They stood like that for an extra second. None of the day had time to spare. Outside, Tess's voice lifted at some joke that shouldn't have landed and did. Wells said copy to a radio. Renner called somebody sir without sounding less like a god. Tell me, Cass said, not boss, not nurse, not friend, witness. Tell me all of it from your head.
Now.
Before the part of you that protects him edits it. Riley did, low and fast, the way you report symptoms. The hand at the hole, the down pressure she'd felt in her bones, the knots, the rope, the bowl and bite, the old MapQuest with the engineer letters and how she could know, but it looked like his freshman year lab block printing, the muscle tick under his eye when the basement said her name, the white field listen that kept making their tech into confession, the doc video now, and how love is a lens and lenses are liars. Cass listened without blinking. She didn't say no, the good friend's reflex. She didn't say yes, the quick judge's rush. She said, we do not open any door to this without Renner. She put a hand on Riley's shoulder, right where pain lived, not to comfort it, but to remind it of its boundaries. And we do not let you be alone with him. Not because you need protection, because I need to not let you be alone with anyone right now. Riley laughed through her teeth in gratitude and grief.
Deal.
They stepped back out into the slate light. Noah stood where he had been, hands back in his pockets, head turned toward the inlet like a person who hears weather before you do. When he looked at Riley, the good smile was there, the one that had always said you can put your worst on me, and I'll keep it secret. She had to hold her face, still to not snarl at kindness. Renner's phone pinged, this time for real, a civil sound, a text from the Marina unit. Engine trouble.
Holding.
Renner swore in the quiet way a professional swears. She made a decision a person makes when being outnumbered by nouns. We locked down for dusk, she said. No one on the deck after full dark. Lights on. Eyes at glass. We hold. Dusk said copy by arriving. The rope lights looked like a wedding planned by a tired ant. The glow sticks admitted their cheese. The lake lit its wrong lanterns, 1, then 2, then 4, taking up their posts like co-workers who hate each other but love a routine. The shed hunched and pretended to be out of plot. The meadow wore its grid wounds like a bad haircut. Inside, the recorder's red light blinked on the stair. It had counted an hour. Riley brought it up with the same reverence she once reserved for glass negatives. They gathered at the table under the ring of warm bulbs and listened to the basement's heart again. This time, there was less warm-up. At 0:09, the whisper kissed wood. At 0:12, the name wasn't hers. Marco, it said, in a tone of forgiveness, as if to remind the living how generous theft can pretend to be. At 0:24, J. Less accurate now, like a child practicing. At 0:36, Ethan's laugh cut through like a coin rolled on knuckles and died in the wrong place. At 0:48, Riley, again, correct as a password. At 0:55, a new word, not a name. Open. Drink, Tessa whispered, because of course her brain would grope for a bit when fear's claws pressed. We're playing the basement drinking game. No one opens anything, Renner said, looking straight at the door, as if looking was a kind of keeping shut. At 1:12, the recorder caught something else. A soft tap, not on wood this time, but on glass. The waveform spiked. A beat later, a second tap. Higher. Renner lifted her head like a dog. Porch window left. Wells was already half standing from his chair by the door. Station, Renner said, and everyone did their small war. Cass to the hall mouth. Tessa to the hearth with the poker as if a 19th century solves a 21st. Wells to the door jamb with a hand on the lock. Riley to the window because witness is a disobedience she'd come to prefer. Noah did not move first. Then he did. 2 steps toward the same window she had chosen. Not close enough to spook. Close enough to share glass. It should have been comforting. It wasn't. In the reflection, for a bare flicker, his body didn't line up. Offset a half-inch left, like a print misregistered. She blinked. Reflection and man matched again, faithful as a dog on the second call. Outside, something was at the glass. Not pressed. Not insisting. Looking at eye height. 2 pallid points, not red this time. Their rom blink cadence slowed to whisper. They tracked Renner when she leaned. They tracked Riley when she breathed. They tracked Noah last, and there, the cadence hiccuped, like recognition and hesitation had bracketed each other. Lights hold, Renner breathed. Nobody moves the ring. The 2 points slid sideways to the other pane without traveling. Wells flinched. Renner didn't. The lanterns on the lake brightened a fraction in answer. Or someone's brain told them they did, because narrative is hunger. The basement knocked once, rude now, jealous. Hey, Noah said softly to the glass, voice so gentle you'd give it keys. If you need something, say it. He had not raised a hand. He had not reached. He had not leaned. He had offered. The 2 points paused, as if delighted to be treated like callers. The glass glimmered with the faintest fog of breath that was not temperature, and a whisper, caught by the recorder like a secret being taught, threaded the space between inside and out. Listen. Riley's skin crawled like ants at the marrow. She had the stupid impulse to answer no, as if refusal had grammar. Renner's radio cracked with life and saved the room from itself. Unit at the marina. Engine spun up. We're back on. ETA 5. Copy, Renner said, eyes still on the wrong eyes. By the book. Lights on.
No dax.
The points dimmed like candles exhausted by their own drama. They moved left again, without motion, and were gone. The window remembered being a window. The rope lights pretended to be cheerful. The lanterns outside held their triangle and then, for the first time since sunset on the first night, shifted inward, warping their geometry until the nearest seemed almost to brush the end of the deck. Is that? Tessa began. Cage, Noah said, too fast and then softer, because he'd hurt himself. If it is. Riley turned the camera on him. It made a soft electric throat sound. He looked into the lens. For a second, less, the dimple at his cheek flickered the way the lanterns did. It would be so easy, she thought, to let the camera decide. To rewind until it cleared him or condemned him. To replace him with footage because footage is simpler than people. To open. The basement, patient, tapped once more. The found phone pulsed under plastic. The laptop's timeline waited for her finger. Tomorrow, Renner had said, we make the ground confess. Tonight, the doors all wanted her name. Riley lifted the camera and kept filming because a record is the only thing you get to carry through a door you don't understand. Chapter 9, Fault Lines. By the time the sky admitted morning, the cabin had learned how to pretend to be normal.
Coffee.
Lists. The OEM woman, Mendez, scribbled calibration numbers on blue tape and stuck them to the yellow cases like charms. Wells tuned the radio with the tenderness of a man smoothing a horse's forelock. Renner walked the deck once, checking each lantern as if they were children lined for field trip head counts. We go careful, she said, pinning the map with mugs. Shed is mapped. We don't dig it. The basement is today's work. We open only the pallet door. We do it with scaffolding and planks, distributed load. We do not open the trap unless I say, and I'm not going to say. Open, 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 Tessa murmured, crooking 2 fingers at the recorder as if you could tease a noun. We're not your Amazon. Riley pretended to be batteries and got charged. Fresh card in. Timecode synced to Renner's body cam because the county had those now. Mics tested, room tone snagged. Habit was a kindness with edges. Noah assembled the scaffolding in the hall with an efficiency that looked like prayer. He handled the aluminum like a big polite insect. Nothing clanged, nothing jarred. Each cross brace clicked into place the way fables call fate. He tied off the plank ends with his neat bolins and tidy half hitches. Riley tried not to watch.
Failed.
The same bite, the same tag end. Her stomach did its tight little gymnastic trick, and she breathed until the trick got bored. Check my knots, he said lightly to Cass, a deliberate invitation to distrust. Cass did. Pretty, she said, because truth sometimes helps worse. They set the ring of lanterns again around the basement mouth, measured, 3 feet out. Mendez clipped small accelerometers to each lantern as if light needed to be quantified. If something vibrates them, she said, I'll know it before your bones do. In theory. She smiled like a person in a lab coat trying to make cows trust science. Riley set the H4N on the 3rd stair, hit record, watched the red pulse. She tried to label the file in her head, B9_A_00430. She tried not to think of it as an album she'd never release. Positions, Renner said. She took the front plank. Wells belayed from behind. Rope looped around a banister with a friction not that wouldn't slip. Cass stood at Renner's right shoulder with a mag light too big for the job, because weight sometimes buys courage. Riley behind them, camera steadying itself against the banister's scarred wood. Noah in the living room doorway, one hand on the top of the ladder, the posture of a man offering to hold a bag while you shop. Renner undid the latch. It popped like a knuckle. The door swung inward to a wedge, and the cheap wood inhaled gloom. The smell reached up. Iron coins. Old timber. Sweetness like flowers with their throats cut. Light, Renner said, and Cass knifed the mag beam into the room. The pallets and plywood were there. The rough doorway nailed from the other side. A fist-sized gap along the bottom filled with black. The light slithered through and came back worse. Renner let the plank find its purpose. She put one foot on the top stair, weight distributed between heel and beam, exactly the way you teach people to do stairs they don't trust. Wells fed rope. The house held its breath. The lantern ring hummed just enough to make you doubt ears. Door, Renner said, nodding at the nailed slat in the pallet wall. Wells passed the flat bar, his body a grammar that had learned to speak down narrow passages without offense. Renner wedged steel between slats and pride. The nails didn't scream like old nails normally do. They made a softer sound, like something wet remembering how to unfasten. The first slat relinquished. Beneath it, darkness with a shape. Not a room. A corridor. Dug earth pressed into smooth, opposing planes, as if someone had taught dirt a lathe. Root bones ribbed the walls, each rib lacquered to a varnished sheen. Jesus, Cass said softly, an atheist's respectful prayer. Mendez watched the accelerometer feed on her tablet. The dots blinked calm. No large vibration, she murmured, but the ring is resonating at 8 hertz. Translation. Tessa said from behind because the room needed a voice that wore sneakers. Annoying, Mendez said, and the line worked, small and kind. Runner pried a second slat, a third. The gap, now a window you could fit a head through if you wanted your head in a bracket. She angled the flashlight. The corridor ran left-right. To the left, a turn. To the right, immediate black. Snake, Renner said. Mendez fed the cable through. The tablet showed the corridor from bug-eye height. Packed earth, varnished ribs, a scrap of fabric snagged, blue denim, a thread or 3, not convincing enough to be a noun. Riley filmed the screen and the place until the pixels became a different kind of truth. Something ticked the lantern ring at the lip of perception. Mendez glanced down. 9 hertz.
10.
Okay, she said to the air. I see you.
Rilis mig grabed a fine skitter.
Not animal claws. Not rocks. The noise of movement that loses its right to belong to anybody.
Hold, Renner said.
The recorder on the stair whispered. They all heard at this time, no tech required, dry syllables through wood, like someone palming plywood to get talk out of it. The whisper tried a vowel, then a consonant. Re, it said, and Riley would later tell herself it would have said anyone's name if anyone had put their heart right there to hear it. Renner didn't look back. Not ours, she said, voice clipped to neat boards. The whisper found a second syllable, and Riley felt the part of her body that was a child want to answer like an idiot. I'm here. She closed her jaw until it hurt, and the impulse fell off. Wells shifted on the plank, just a hair. The plank complained with a low wood-ache. Renner braced, found another slat, pried. The corridor widened a little. Air moved across their shins, cold and deliberate, a breath meant for them. It smelled like cellar, old leaves, and camphor, the medicine cabinet of a house that keeps secrets. Close, Cass said softly, aware of how much information lives in a verb. Renner didn't. She angled the light farther right, past the revealed ribs, into a pocket of the corridor that didn't want to be looked at. The light caught something round and dull. For half a breath, Riley thought skull, and then learned pale, galvanized, old, dented, a handle eaten by frost. Next to it, a glass bottle, brown, no label, a cork sealed up with wax gone crude. Cash, Renner said. Old or new? Both, Cass breathed, and wanted to be anywhere else. Mendez's tablet screamed briefly. The accelerometer spiked. Not all, not random. 3 of the ring blinked red in a cluster, the ones along the left arc. The needle light at the very left danced and cut out. Left quadrant, Mendez barked. Something tapped 3. Lantern out. Which one? Renner said without turning her head. 2 o'clock, Mendez said. By the rug. Fix it, Renner said, because time was being a dog again, and Cass started to step, and that's when Noah said very politely, let me. It made sense. He was closest to the ring. His hands were good at things you could hold. He stepped with his neat caution, skirted the outer radius of the light circle like it was a superstition he respected, and crouched by the dead lantern. He pressed the power button. It didn't care. He lifted the base to check the battery cartridge, and as he did, because Riley had become incapable of not watching his hands, she watched his thumb find, not the power, but the little black switch she'd taped last night to keep the units from cycling, a makeshift safetied off. Her body went cold in a way that felt like truth. She'd taped that herself. No one else knew where, blind, that switch lived. Noah, she said, her voice not doing the thing voices do when you ask a question.
She didn't say don't.
She didn't say why. Just his name, which has a way of exposing everything inside it. He looked up at her, thumb already sliding the switch back to on with gentle confidence, his face surprise and the beginning of hurt, that reliable wounded dog look. How could you? He wore as casually as a hoodie. It was loose, he said. The tape. A second lantern. Mendez snapped. Too quick, too generous. Let's not pass current through debates. Noah took the second from the row, clicked it to life, slid it into place seamlessly, like he was good at restoring geometry. The accelerometer calmed from red to green. The ring hummed less stubbornly, as if it had won an argument. Riley let the stare go. You don't hammer a nail on the first stroke. She held the camera at her chest and counted her breaths until her heart admitted oxygen. Okay, Renner said. She pried the last board. The gap now. A shoulder-width mercy. Enough that a person could squeeze through if that seemed like a good idea. It did not. In the black on the right, something twitched differently from shadow. Not movement through space, movement in state. Like a surface changing its idea of being solid. Renner's light caught it and disagreed. The thing went back to being corridor wall. You could doubt you saw it if you wanted to live. Enough, Renner said through her teeth. We photograph. We do not reach. We nail it back. We. The recorder on the stair said a new word. Clear, correct, spoken as if someone had breathed in through Riley's mouth to learn how. Please. Cass went white and red in alternating stripes. Renner didn't move at all. She lowered the flat bar. Seal it, she said, voice no longer polite. Wells. He reached for the slat stack. The lights blinked. Not a power grid blink. Not the stutter of the cabin's bad wiring. The ring. All of them, every lantern, every glow stick, every rope light inside, went out in the same breath and came back one by one in a pattern that wasn't human. The pattern went clockwise, the way the lake's wrong lights liked to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 pairs of eyes if you were a person who made numbers into ghosts for a living. Noah froze with his hand still on the base of the lantern he'd replaced, exactly a beat too slow. Mendez's tablet spiked, and then normalized, and she murmured to it like a mother soothing a colicky algorithm. Renner swore once, elegantly. Wells slapped the slats up, muscles arguing with ritual, nail case half set, and then more set because we do what it says with hammers. The corridor filled itself with wall again, as if relieved to have a reason. The smell moved then. Sweetness.
Iron.
Camphor. It slid, not out of the doorway, not out of the trap. Up through the heart of the house, through a seam no one had known to suspect. The air behind them at the top of the stairs went colder, like a shadow with laws. Riley turned in time to watch the front door unlatch. An inch, not more. The deadbolt not thrown, the cheap latch resigned. Any idiot draft, you could say. Or an outside calling inside with a polite finger. Wells, Renner snapped.
Door.
Wells lunged up the plank, rope paying, bracing with forearms that had paid mortgages. He hit the threshold, shouldered the door, slid the deadbolt. The deck said, I'm still here the way boards do, when you remind them of your weight. Everyone out of the hall, Renner said, plank creaking like a whale.
Now.
Everything upstairs wants us organized. They reversed, no one turning their back on the dumb mouth in the floor until they had to. Cass went last, her light dragging backward like a reluctant pet. The ring of lanterns hummed their cheap hum, docile again, as if they'd never learned to be language. In the living room, the found phone lit in its bag. Not a banner. The white field again. Listen in gray. Beneath it now. A line as if someone had typed where no keyboard lived. Come see. Don't, Cass said without looking at it. Riley looked anyway because witness is a sin you start to prefer. The white field shuddered and slid, and the 2-second video played again. The dock, night, 3 lanterns, Noah at the end, a silhouette saying nothing. The timestamp in the corner decided to be legible for once. October 1st, 2:07. This morning. Tonight. Time as a dog. Riley turned the camera on him without lifting it. He looked back from the couch corner he'd taken, the quiet one, the good one. A man who'd made tea and tied knots and put the batteries in. His face did that tiny flinch of pain and apology that buys another hour from you. He held her look without blinking. If you wanted to live, you could call it bravery. Renner. Wells called from the door. You need to see this. They clustered on the threshold and into the cold that wanted to negotiate. The deck was exactly itself. The lake kept its face. The rope lights were up. The perimeter held. Out at the wrong triangle center, one of the lake lanterns burned a little hotter and made a trick of itself. Its reflection laid on the water like a path, a tongue of orange dragging toward the dock in a way light shouldn't. Layer under layer. Mendez murmured at no one. Something in the fluid. Something in the film. I am fresh out of swab sized for lakes, Renner said, because sarcasm is an oxygen mask. A boat engine, blessed, human, messy, grumbled from the marina end. The rescue skiff nosed the first bend. Renner's shoulders let go half an inch. Someone brought more bodies, more names. The phone in the bag vibrated. Riley felt the buzz through wood. Renner glanced. Riley did too. The white field had been replaced by a text prompt without an app's border, just a blinking bar where language expected to enter. Letters began to appear as if a ghost was typing badly with cold fingers. WAIT. The cursor blinked expectantly. The radio hissed. The skiff came nearer. The ring inside hummed like a pet pleased and tired. Okay, Renner said. New rule, nobody reads fonts. She stepped back into the house to anchor it with her body. We hold. Wells, meet them at the dock. Cass, stay with me. Mendez, your toys. Tessa, sit on your hands.
Noah.
He looked up, open-palmed. Stay where someone can see her face, Renner finished, kind because she was a creature that believed transparency was safety even when it wasn't. Noah nodded, small. He took the corner of the couch again, the one with the best view of the window. Riley stood the other side of the hearth, a human triangle with Cass, deliberate. Wells jogged down the steps, careful, human. The skiff cut its engine in the right place and drifted in with human error. The men on board wore county blue and wind faces. Renner started to breathe like a person and not a test, and that was when the glitch happened. They wouldn't have seen it if Riley hadn't had her camera angled, if Mendez hadn't had accelerometers humming, if the day hadn't been drywall flat. The rope lights around the deck flickered in left-right sequence, fast, faster until the sequence 1, 2, 3, 4 skipped like a record clicking a groove. For a blink, the rail was unlit at the exact spot where the dock met the stairs, an opening in a ring the way a mouth had an invitation. Wells, Renner barked, but human feet already had stepped where they always do, where the stairs ask. The deck under Wells' boot made a noise like old would saying fine and bowed down. It didn't break, nothing so generous. It flexed. The plank at the stairs lip bent and stayed bent, and Wells dropped 6 inches in that unforgiving way gravity likes to start arguments. He caught the rail with the idiot good hand of a man who has hauled people into trucks in snow, and his body made AV that should have been a joke and was not. The skiff's bowline wavered. One of the county men went gray in the mouth. Back. Renner yelled, the hull's boards returning her voice like a well. Back. Wells got the order, and his body didn't, then did. He dug the toes of his left boot into honesty and hauled himself back onto the deck proper. The rope light stuttered. 1, 2, 3, open, closed. The gap closed too, the flecks in the wood smoothing out like a cat unarchiving itself from a rug. Mendez's tablet shouted, North rail, spike.
Dockinga, spika.
Something's pulling down. On Riley's viewfinder, the dark zone bloomed again, 10 feet off the dock, shallows with bad ideas. It widened, thinned, smiled without a mouth. The skiff drifted over it and did not care, because machines have superstitions they won't tell you. The county men tossed a line. Wells missed. Air did math. They tried again. Noah's hand there in the lower left of the plywood window by the radio where Riley had set the secondary ring. The little ring they'd set inside around the hall. She saw him, a gentlest reach, not to grab, not to help, but to the switch on an interior lantern in the ring, a 1-inch flick, off. Don't, Riley said, and her voice had knives. She didn't say who to. She didn't have to. His hand hovered, thumb uncommitted, a man on a crosswalk deciding whether to run the last cars. He withdrew as if burned. He looked at her full. If guilt had an angle, it would have been that one. If cunning had an expression, it would have been something else. What he wore was black, a room with furniture rearranged again. It slid beneath a mask she'd practiced giving him her whole stupid life. "That ring's too bright," he said softly. "It blinds a glass. You can't see if—" "Sit down," Cass said, the tone she used when a patient tried to dismount a gurney at 30 miles an hour. He sat. He obeyed. He was good at that. Renner waved the skiff with a flat palm into the middle distance, and government miraculously obeyed. Human men said human swears. Mendez's tablet calmed. The rope lights held their knot charm. Wells sagged against the rail and then stood with a dignity no one would make fun of. Not today. Not in any year that followed. "Inside," Renner said, as if she could tell weather where to be. "Everyone inside. The deck wants an audience we can't pay." They gathered tight as peas. You could feel the cabin's frame relax at having its people held in one volume. The basement, denied its opening, made one soft, pissed tap like someone finally using a spoon on a bowl. "Okay," Renner said to the room and the day and the fact that words were a tool with an edge. "We're not doing hero work anymore. I have enough to call the state. We shut this down until I have people who eat voids for breakfast." "State," Tessa said, both desperate and scandalized. "Is that like Ghostbusters with pensions?" Renner's mouth wanted to smile and failed honestly. "Geology. Infrastructure. People who tell dams no. People with ground truth. You," she looked at Cass, "are taking your people to the ranger station at dusk. I will escort. We're clearing this house of humans who have names I know." Tessa let out a single bark of a laugh that turned into a sob halfway through and returned to laugh again because her body lacked better metaphors. "You're moving us out," she said, and the words had a flavor like old pennies and new relief. Riley's lungs expanded for the first time in an hour. The cabin did not like it. The basement didn't either. The lake made no comment. "We pack," she said. She heard how stupid hope sounded. She wanted more of it. Noah's face sagged into something like grief, and then recovered itself into competence. "I'll get the power bricks, the hard drives, the—" "No," Cass said, gently, and it was the first time Riley had heard him told no without anyone saying sorry. "You'll sit where I can count you." He looked at Cass the way a good dog looks at a second gate, surprised by the existence of two fences. He nodded. He tucked his hands. He was excellent at not doing, and she watched him excel. Riley went to the bedroom to grab her duff. She did it with a quickness that belonged more to red alarms than errands. The bed remembered Brooke with a relief that hurt. The phone charger wound itself, like an obedient snake, into her palm. She shoved batteries in pockets. She hadn't known pockets. When she stepped back into the hall, the cheap latch at the basement door moved, a millimeter, like a breath in sleep. Her body leaned dry. The recorder on the stair pulsed its little red. "Ryle." The wood whispered, and this time the syllable had a consonant at the end, a tiny click made by a tongue that didn't have to be there.
"E."
She almost said the sentence you say to babies and drunks. "I hear you." Instead, she said, to the air, to the door, to the thing that was very good at replacing nouns in your head. "We're leaving." The wood made a tiny sound, like a long fingernail dragged once across cardboard. The language underneath all this day work picked a new word and practiced it with uncomfortable delight. "Stay." "No," she said simply, which isn't a magic word, and walked back into the room, because people are the only magic she trusted. Renner took a breath, the kind you put between a day and its next dumb idea. 30 minutes to dusk," she said. "We move at 28. We carry nothing we can replace." She looked at Riley's camera, at Cass's med kit, at Tessa's hands, at Noah's face. "We keep every name." Riley slung the camera and felt the strap bite the bruise of her shoulder like an absolution and like a debt. She met Noah's eyes. He gave her the good smile, the one that had always meant I am the quiet place. Now it meant let me be useful. Now it meant trust me in a voice that had learned how hers sounded. She looked at Cass instead. "Partner me to the car," she said. Cass threw the med bag over a shoulder like war was a hobby and nodded. They made their idiot caravan. Renner first, Wells last, Mendez in the middle with the yellow case, Cass and Riley set in the heart of it, Tessa clattering with glow sticks because panic had no pockets. Noah walked not at the end where a body gets lost, not at the front where a body makes choices, but near the door, not in the doorway, near the power. Renner opened the door to the deck like it was her house, because it was. The rope lights stared back at her evenly. The lake wore its blank. The triangle of wrong lanterns 100 yards out did not strobe, did not dance, did not even hum. Silence tried to pretend it was friend-shaped. They stepped into the outside. The temperature put its hand on their lungs. Wells took the rail in a way that guaranteed it would behave. Mendez's tablet chirped once, and then showed nothing, because nothing is data. 2. Riley had 1 foot past the threshold when the found phone buzzed in its bag on the table behind her like a heart about to confess. She almost didn't look. She did. The white field had new gray.
Go now.
She went. The deck took weight in the way you want old men to, resentful but proud. Renner moved faster than she had any day. Wells paced. Mendez kept her cases from the edge like a mother texting while shepherding toddlers. Cass squeezed Riley's wrist once, not because Riley's wrist needed squeezing, but because Cass needed to touch something living. They were halfway to steps when the rope lights along the outer rail twitched again. Not their ring, the lake's ring. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the water at the wrong triangle center dropped a foot. No splash, a neat subtraction. And in the neat subtraction Riley saw, for a mean fraction, hair caught on a rib of root just below the surface, hair turned green-brown by water and time. She heard the little animal sound that came out of her and didn't pretend it meant anything. Eyes forward, Renner said, and won the argument for that 1 second with rank alone. Riley dragged her gaze across the water and stuck it on the ridge and pretended she wasn't carrying a dead person's hair like a thumbnail in her lung. They made the steps. They made the gravel. They made the first car. The wind turbine ticked once, then again, then learned silence. Renner opened the SUV with authority, keys chirping like a decision. Tessa and Mendez in first car, she ordered. Cass and Riley in second with me. Wells, Noah, last car. Nobody closes a door without my say. Noah touched the roof with the tips of his fingers, a ritual people do when cars have names. He smiled at Riley. It hurts, it's okay. He had that face more often than any face she'd ever trusted. She had collected that face on long drives and short jokes, and the moment after an apology, when you set a glass back on a table like a thing can be unbroken if you put it down nicely. She looked at him steadily and said, before she could be a coward, "We're going to get out." The good smile, that half dimple. "We are," he said. "And then I'm going to ask you something." Noah's eyes softened, a kindness he had steeped like tea. "Ask me now." "Later," she said, and that was mercy, and that was delay, and both might be mistakes. Renner slid into the driver's seat of the second car. Wells threw gear into the back of the first. Mendez buckled with a sound like confession. Tessa clamped a hand around Riley's forearm like a baton. Cass checked pockets with her professional insult of readiness. Behind them, inside the cabin, through the thin wall of distance and door and faith, the recorder downstairs hit some mark on its own timeline and whispered into a red that did not care about human plans. Open. The ring of interior lanterns snapped off once with a mean little smile, then back on. No one inside to see it. No one inside to study if Noah's thumb hovered on a switch. No one to watch the pallet door's nails glisten as if damp were a language it liked to learn. The found phone, in its bag on the table, woke again to its white field. This time there was no word on it. Just a long, thin listening, bar that moved left to right like the lake teaching Day how to breathe. Renner said, "Doors," and they obeyed, and the cabin sat in their rear windows like a portrait of something alive that has learned how to hold still for the length of a shutter. The rope lights blinked in perfect, polite sequence like a parade kept far enough away from grief. The lake wore its face. Riley did a thing she'd never done before in her life. She reached without thinking and found Cass's hand and held it tight across the seatbelt. Cass didn't react because Cass's old bones in this day already knew hands were what you keep. They pulled out a small procession, 3 cars tired and real, and the long curve of the road took them away from the place where rules had stopped. At the first bend, as the trees obeyed geometry and hid the house, Riley didn't look back. She watched Noah in the rear view of the second car instead, his face in the cab of the last vehicle, composed, kind. He lifted 2 fingers from the wheel in an almost wave, the reflex men do at intersections when everyone is friendly. He held it just a second too long. Long enough to be answer or signal, long enough to be nothing at all. The turbine ticked one more time, a courtesy, and fell still. Chapter 10, Ground Truth. The road out held its breath. Gravel tap danced under tires, firs leaned in like parishioners with tidings, and the lake narrowed behind trunks until it was only a rumor that plains tell clouds. The convoy moved like a nervous animal. First car, Mendez and Tessa, then Renner with Cass and Riley, then Wells with Noah. Gate in a quarter mile, Renner said, more to the steering wheel than to them. After that, hardtop and ugly fluorescents. We'll stage at the station.
No detours.
Riley watched her own hands. They were not shaking. Good for them. The found phone's last instruction, go now, flashed inside her like an afterimage. They hit the first bend, and the world performed a simple trick. A cottonwood lay across the track, fresh fall, green leaves, fraudulent innocence. The first car braked gentle, Renner braked harder. Everyone breathed the way people do when large objects insist on physics. Wells's truck idled behind, a patient punctuation mark. Of course, Tessa said faintly through the cracked open window of the lead car. Of course the forest tries stand up. Renner put the SUV in park. No one gets dramatic, she said. This is wind. This is weight. We do branches and move on. Wells had already stepped out of the third car. He and the tree knew each other's languages. He walked the trunk, tested the crown splayed in the ditch, then yanked his gloves on as if the act could compel cooperation. Saw, he asked. Bed of your truck, Renner said, already out, already scanning the shoulder, the canopy, the small details you learn to count in bad years. Noah stepped out from the passenger side of the last car, hands open, obedient shape. I'll help haul, he said.
Soft.
Useful. Stay where I can see you, Cass said, casually, the way nurses give life-sustaining instructions about ice chips. Riley cracked her door and caught a smell the lake never had. The dry bitter of fresh cambium and road dust and something else, a crushed fern tang she remembered from the shed's rot scene. She watched Wells and Renner tackle branches like parents punishing a wayward Christmas. Mendez climbed out of the first car with her tablet hugged to her chest like a small, holy thing. Tessa remained in the passenger seat and lit 2 glow sticks, crossed them on her lap like lucky bones. 5 minutes, Renner said, not promising, just tasking. Noah crouched by the trunk, gloved hands under a limb, ready to lift on Wells's count. He looked up once at Riley. The good smile, the dimple that had bought him a decade. She did not return it. She looked at his thumbs instead. 3, Wells said. 2 up. They lifted. Branches creaked. The trunk pivoted into the ditch like a stubborn old man deciding not to die in his bed. Renner took the crown and twisted, stepping back with her whole body, coaxing leaves to learn new grammar. It was efficient. Human. Then it wasn't. Wells's left boot found a pocket in the shoulder, and his ankle sang a short, mean song. He swore, true pain, and let go. The trunk sprung back a fraction. Noah, bright and quick, shifted his grip. Back. Renner snapped on reflex, and Wells obeyed, 1 foot hopping, 1 foot confessing. Noah still held the limb, steady as a doorstop. Drop, Renner said. Noah, drop.
He did.
Palms open. The limb thudded. Leaves applauded no one. Everyone take 5 steps, Renner ordered, and the command did a thing to your body that running doesn't, made it orderly when it wanted to bolt. They stepped. The world stayed glued. Riley's gut nodded a half-turn. If this were just a tree, she could learn to like it. Something metal clicked, small, uncalled for. Riley's eyes found it. A U-bolt on the trunk's underside, half hidden in bark, where no U-bolt grows. It held a loop of nylon half buried, running under the trunk, into the ditch. "Runner," Riley said, plain no frill. Runner looked. Her face did not move. Wells. But Wells had already seen it. He crouched, ginger with the ankle, and brushed away Duff. A line revealed itself. Nylon, then steel cable under nylon, running into the ditch and out again, back toward the tree-line, through fern and salmonberry, toward an old stump. The stump was not a stump. It was a box dressed as a stump. In its top, a seam. In its seam, a latch. On its latch, a padlock with its shackle closed but not set. Noah did not move. He stood where a helpful person stands, hands available. "Don't touch that," Renner said. She approached the stump box with a medic's caution, wrapped the padlock in a shop towel from Wells's kit, lifted, eased. The lid came up an inch and the smell rose, iron, resin, the hot electrical breath of cheap motors. Inside, a hand winch with a 12V battery, cables spooled neat, a cheap remote on a curly cord, a second loop of nylon. It looked like a fisherman's Christmas. "Do not say prairie dogs," Tessa called weakly from the front car. Renner breathed in like a nurse about to tell a child the shot is quick. "This is not wind," she said. Noah's face had learned a new stillness. Riley had seen it once before. The second the dog swallows the pill you hid in peanut butter and sits, glad to have solved your problem inside him. She said it before she could edit. "You said it." His eyes came to her slow, and for one small fragment, the flit of a moth's shadow inside a lampshade. There was no furniture in him. Then the room furnished itself again. He looked hurt. He looked apologetic. He looked exactly like the man who had steadied her elbow in other years at other ruins and said, "You're not alone." "If I had a winch," he said softly, "it would be in the shed, not a stump." Renner closed the lid with 2 fingers. She did not lock it. She did not have to. She had a count. She had enough. "Hands," she said to Noah, too calm. He showed them. Empty. Helpful. "Turn around," she said. Something changed in his face. Much less than anyone wants. Much more than enough. Disappointment. Relief. Something about not pretending now. He looked at Riley a breath longer than he looked at anyone else. He turned. Wells, ankle tender and righteous, came slow with cuffs. "Wait," Noah said, not loudly, words measured like bass lines. "Let me say something." "No," Renner said, "because sometimes grace is a trapdoor." He kept his hands out, palms ready for metal. He looked over his shoulder with a small, good smile. "You asked me last night," he said to Riley, "what my worst is."
She did not speak.
The trunk smelled of green life crushed in a useful way. "This is it," he said, almost kind. "Please make it art." Wells reached for his wrist. Noah moved. It wasn't fast. It wasn't a blur. It was precise, an economy of almost nothing's done in a correct order. He rolled right, just enough to throw Wells off pivot, stuck between trunk and ditch like water, and his hand, the same hand that tied tidy knots, closed on the remote in the stump without looking. His thumb found the single button. Cables shrieked. The trunk jerked toward the ditch with an eagerness that made physics blush. Wells went down on his bad ankle and swore in a voice that wanted to talk to mothers. Renner lunged for the remote and hit Noah's forearm with a baton she'd known. He yielded exactly the centimeter that made her miss. The first car doors opened. Mendez half out, Tessa in her seat with 2 glow sticks like useless bells. "Don't," Noah said without raising his voice, and for one heartbeat the voice had weight. Authority. Riley's ribs recognized like muscle memory. The convoy stilled. He had the cable. He had the button. He had the lane. Riley's camera was in her lap. It weighed nothing. It weighed a career. She did not raise it because there are scenes you cannot film while you are inside them. "What do you think this buys you?" Renner said, choice of words as deliberate his gait. "Not what does this do? What do you think?" "It buys us 5 minutes," he said, "and gives me a sentence." He pointed with the remote at the ditch, where a slit in the earth, impossible to see until the fern had been dragged away by the cable, yawned quietly. A human-width culvert, hand-dug, root-ribbed. It ran not back to the cabin, but under the road, toward the lake. "You built them," Riley said. She didn't make it a question because questions let mercy in. Noah's smile was so sad that, in any other story, it would have been your absolution. I found them, he said. I made them behave. Wells tried to stand. Noah kept the remote on the trunk, cable whining as it tugged the cottonwood just enough to keep Wells from trusting his legs. Renner didn't flinch. Her eyes had red men with guns and knives. This was a man with a small machine and a fondness for gravity. Ethan, Cass said, a tiny crack in her nurse's steel.
Jay, Brooke, Marco.
Different doors, Noah said, almost proud. I wanted to see which ones the world would prefer. Riley didn't hear the wind when it went through the leaves because something in her body made more noise. The bright tearing sound of a lens being ripped off a camera. Her love for Noah had been an aperture. She hated her own engineering. He glanced at the convoy, at the cars, at the tree lines, at the little life everyone thought they'd saved by getting to the road, and for one instant his face went empty again. It's so tidy, he said, almost wistful. How you gather up and name what's yours. Put down the remote, Renner said. He shook his head once, regretful, like a man declining dessert. He looked at Riley again. Do you remember freshman year, he said conversationally, the day we drove to the quarry at dusk and threw stones and you said it was your favorite sound? Her mouth became bad at its job. She said nothing. I kept it, he said. I keep all the sounds. I wanted to know how to make the ground say it back. He waggled the remote like a dumb wand. And then I did. It isn't you, Cass said, simple as a vital sign. It's a damage and you're wearing it. That made something flare in his face. Anger, yes, but small. A match, not a structure fire. We give agency to weather, he said softly. We should give a little to ground. Riley stepped forward, one boot, the way you test a board before you commit your weight. Renner shot her a glance that said, don't make me rescue you. She ignored it. You didn't have to kill them, she said, and killed next to nothing. You didn't have to.
They were so sure, he said.
Of their own edges. He was not gloating. He was excited in the way children are at museums when the models move. If you push in the right places, the world bothers to answer. Renner had her hand at her radio. She didn't use it. Her other hand eased toward the small of her back, where a different tool lived. It wasn't hero work. It was training. Noah saw the line of her shoulder and the tension there and almost smiled. Respect among professionals. He looked back at Riley. I wanted you to be here, he said. To say what happened. To use the right verbs. You're the only one who could get it right. She could have made a speech there. About how women have died because men wanted a witness who loved them. About how narrative is a weapon. About not work. About fingers pushing down. She said, very softly, what did you do to Jay? He looked past her, toward the house that wasn't visible, the deck that had opened its mouth and swallowed without splash. Sideways is a better story than down, he said. He searched for a compliment he could give himself.
Honest.
Riley's hand went to the strap of her camera and held it because having something to hold saved a dozen rooms in her life. And Brooke, she said.
No magic. No bleach.
You edited the live. Latency is a hinge, he said, pleased. If you feed a stream the edges from right nights, you can make time agree with you for a minute. Phones, Cass said, insistence in 4. You sent the doc video to Brooke. D0 cam. It's a hobby, he said. Like bonsai, but large. Wells found his knee, found his balance. Renner kept her voice slow. Okay, she said. Here's what happens. You step away from the stump. You hand me the remote. Wells stands up and you sit down. You tell me where the others are, and I escort you to a cage with walls you can't engineer. And no one dies in the next 5 minutes. Noah considered the future she'd built for him. He closed his eyes like a man hearing harmony he could almost join. He opened them and looked at Riley again. We still owe the lake a neat ending, he said, and thumbed the button. The cable screamed as if someone had taught it pain. The trunk rolled into the ditch. The limb caught the culvert's lip and pried it wider. Everything that wanted to be ground did a small shrug. Renner moved. She wasn't heroic. She was correct. She closed the distance and brought the baton. She didn't own down on Noah's wrist with a speed that would have kept most men from getting in last words. His hand opened. He hadn't expected kindness to hit him, and the remote leapt for Duff. Wells lunged, ankle be damned, and kicked the stump lid shut. Noah did not fight. That was the rude surprise. He didn't run. He didn't parry. He lifted his hands a fraction, palms still polite. Something moved under the road. The ditch culvert, root rib, and resin gloss breathed. Not metaphor.
Air.
The tunnel exhaled dust, and such a sweetness that Riley's throat spasmed. The ground under Noah's boot flexed the way the deck had. Not enough to swallow, enough to argue. Renner's hand closed on his shoulder. Down, she said, making the word a life hack. Face down. And Noah, good dog to the end, went to his knees. Riley moved then because bodies moved, and because if she didn't move now her body would inventory every frame of her trust and find devils living in the velvet. She stepped toward him. He looked up from his knees as if he was the one about to make an apology. His eyes were clear. No twitch under the lid. No glitch in the reflection. Are you filming? He asked, a ridiculous grace note. Yes, she lied. He smiled, the real one. The small, world-worn one she had been collecting without consent for a decade. Make it true, he said, and leaned a fraction of an inch toward the ditch, as if weighing a fall the way men weigh claims. Renner's hand on his shoulder became a grip. Wells, having earned a curse and forgiveness from his ankle, brought cuffs fast, a crisp sound when metal met a wrist that had tied loop after loop, small confidences into rope. Noah didn't ask not to be bound. He did not make theater. When Wells took his other hand, something in the ditch under the roadside again, and this time the sound had someone's laugh braided through it. Ethan's almost. The culvert widened and reconsidered, and then, as if deciding not to embarrass itself in front of law, held. It was, as endings go, small. It was a hard stop, not a flourish. Renner had him. The cuffs were cuffs. The stump hummed like a sulking pet. The rope lay quiet. The cottonwood wetted its own ditch. The convoy moved backward in time, car by car, to the ranger station that wasn't built to be a temple, but was. There were fluorescents. There were clipboards. There was a bathroom with paper towels that dispensed as if paid to be neat. Renner read Noah his rights into air that had only ever been used for bureaucracy. He listened, had bowed like a boy at a school assembly. He said yes in all the right places, not as consent, not as apology, acknowledgement. When she asked him if he understood, he said, I do, and Riley wanted to break her camera. It went exactly how paperwork wants. Fingerprints. Ankle wrapped that wasn't his. Mendez reporting subsurface anomalies to a state phone tree that would spend a week deciding which department owned mouths. A deputy from a sleepy town writing culvert. Illicit and then crossing illicit out because there were not enough syllables in the word. Riley watched him through glass that had been cleaned by people who believe in offices. He had the decency to look tired. He had the indecency to look calm. A line of dirt cut along his jaw where a culvert's breath had kissed him. On the table between him and the room that believed in laws lay a Ziploc with a green bead in it and a strip of blue denim with half AJ. Bodies. Tessa asked, small, fierce, empty. Teams, Renner said, and for the first time all week let exhaustion into her voice.
Divers.
GPR from the state. The shed will be pried like a coconut by people who pry coconuts for a living. We will say their names like we are owed answers, and then we will be owed answers. Cass sat, then stood, then sat, holding the cold pack to Wells's ankle, as if not holding it would unspool something in her own knee. She looked at Riley like you look at cameras that have teeth. You should tell it, she said, but not online first. Riley nodded because nodding was the only word she trusted. She sat at a plastic table and opened her laptop, and the SD card became a confession, and she began to make the record. She avoided the verbs that protected murderers. She avoided adjectives that made it television. She wrote, he pressed. She wrote, we heard. She wrote the ground without a capital G. When she wrote Noah, she wrote Noah and not our or my. Renner came to her shoulder like a fact. You tell me if you're putting this anywhere with comments, she said, drying. I'll move to Canada. Riley smiled and did not promise. Noah asked for water. A deputy brought it. He drank like a person who has just remembered the existence of a throat. He caught Riley's eye through glass and did not break eye contact because that had always been his ambition. She went to the glass because witness is a ritual and because part of her wanted to see if furniture would appear or vanish in his face when it saw itself. He lifted his cuffed hands an inch from the table and traced a small circle with his index finger, a cinematographer's joke, a gesture from a life before tunnels.
Roll.
No, she mouthed, and it surprised her. That no carried joy. He hadn't earned any. She kept it anyway. Behind her, in a corner of the station with bad coffee and better leak buckets, the found phone, bagged, logged, the evidence sticker proud on its plastic, woke itself once, without anyone touching it. The white field blossomed and dissolved. A single line of gray drew itself with the patience of moss. Listen. Then below it, because the world refuses closure.
Stop.
The screen went black. The state's phone tree rang. The lake held its face. The turbine back at Foxglass learned wind again at whatever hour wind returns. 3 days later, when they pulled the deck boards with respectful hands, they found Jay where physics had kept him, on his side as if sleeping, ribs bruised where air had slapped him wrong, lungs full of nothing but no. 1 week later, divers brought up the bones that had been Ethan from a place light refused, and Marco from a culvert that decided to be honest because a human had made it a door. Brooke, there were threads of her, hair and a fragment of the cheap brown glove's twin in a root rib under the hull. The ground held what it holds.
The state argued about charts.
At the hearing 2 counties away, under a clock that tried very hard to make minutes feel like paper, Noah listened like always. He said guilty in the exactly right key. The prosecutor called him bright and evil and underslept. The defense called him broken in fashionable jargon. He asked for no one to speak for him. When they let him out, he looked from under that fringe of hair he had never learned how to cut well and caught Riley again. She didn't know whether he'd been placed there for narrative or whether chance loves neat lines. He didn't ask her the things some men ask women they've harmed, to be remembered gently. Make it true, he said again, very soft. I will, she said. Not pretty. True. Later, in the cabin when boards were replaced and the basement had 3 padlocks no one would dare open, they sat at the kitchen table. The survivors. Cass's wrist on Riley's again because skin remembers what it should do in bad light. Tessa dropped 2 glow sticks into a jar and called it a lamp. Renner refused coffee and drank it. Wells scolded his ankle for its mood. Mendez wrote layered on a whiteboard and drew a lake like a cake with too many tears. They said their names and owned their silences. They talked about chest compressions as if talking could return breath. They listed every stupid joke they would never make again, and 2 they would, defiantly. They named the exact color of worry Brooke had worn and how Jay said okay, like a blanket. Riley finished the record. She published it the right way, the long way, without hearts on the side, and with room for the names to be laid down like plates. She wrote about Bolins. She wrote about men who asked to be watched while they bruised the world. She wrote about doors, and how some of them are mouths waiting for a song, and some of them are simply wood that makes a noise when knuckles insist. And when she went to sleep, finally, in a room that refused to breathe in the wrong places, the last word the house spoke under her was not listen. It was quiet. Not earned, not a gift, not a god, just the kind of quiet human beings make when we place weight across joists, when we stack light around the dark, when we insist on distributed load, because no single mistake gets to be fatal if we can help it. In the morning, the wind turbine ticked like a metronome willing to keep time for anyone who kept trying. The lake wore its normal face and lied to the sky. The road out didn't practice tricks. And the ring of cheap lanterns in the shed, left on a shelf because no one could bear to throw them away, hummed. 8 little saints, tired, ridiculous, holding what they could.